We almost have quorum. It's wonderful. If everyone takes their seats, we can get started. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish.
Morning, Chair Moise.
Good morning, Councillor. So good morning, everybody. Those in the room, online, to staff, everyone. I'm the chair of the board. My name is Chris Moyes. I'm the chair of the Board of Health. No, I'm not. I am. I'm not reading my script. Let's start over again. I am the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 29 to order. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. As a Caribbean Canadian, I am committed to continually acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities seeking freedom and reparative justice in light of the history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and settlers. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. In support of the City of Toronto's ongoing efforts to confront anti-Black racism, I pay tribute to those ancestors of African, Caribbean, and Black origin and descent. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you're present in the room and wish to register to speak on an item, please come up to the glass partition located on my right-hand side, and a member of the clerk's staff will come to you. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at toicc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on January 13th, 2026? Councillor Matlow, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Before we begin the agenda run-through, may I have a motion to add new business items T29.50 to T29.57? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So we will have to run through. Give me a second. So we will start at item T29.5. Sorry? 1.5. 1.5. Okay, so the non-time item is T29.5, St. Clair Avenue West and Bathurst Street Planning Framework and Forest Hill Village Urban Design Guidelines Review. Final report, Councillor Matlow.
I'd like to hold it down just for the moment.
Okay. T29.16, 102 Glen Road, demolition of a structure within the South Rosedale Height Conservation District and approval of a replacement structure. Councillor Sachs.
Move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Mr. Chair, small point of order. I was just confused by your description of the subject. You mentioned the urban design guidelines review. That's 29.15. Were you referring to 29.5, 2004, 6, and 8 Bathurst Street? Was it 15 or 5?
15.
Okay, yes, I'm going to hold 15 down. Thank you.
Okay. T 29.17, 21 Babby Point Crescent, alterations to a designated heritage property in Tagian Babby Point Heritage Conservation District. Councillor Perks.
I have a motion to withdraw that.
Okay, wait for it to come on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.18, 377 Dundas Street West, 160 Huron Street, and 1 Edmund Gate, inclusion on the Heritage Register. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.119, 9 Drumsnab Road, alterations to a designated heritage property in the South Rosedale Heights Conservation District. It's a refusal report. Councillor Sachs.
We have a speaker.
Oh, yes, there's a speaker. Sorry, I'll hold that.
Oh, there's
T 29.20, 1909 Young Street, alterations to a designated heritage property under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act, an authority to amend a heritage easement agreement. Councillor Matlow.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.21, 153 and 185 Eastern Avenue, alterations to designated heritage properties under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act and the authority to enter into heritage easement agreement. I'm going to move staff's recommendations. Pardon me?
Motion to refer
I'm going to hold this item down. T 29.24, changes to business improvement area, Board of Management. Councillor Matlow.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.25, use of Nathan Phillips Square for various events, May 1st through September 30th, 2026. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'll move the staff recommendations. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.26, Alberta Avenue 908, St. Clair Avenue West, construction staging area time extension. Councillor Bravo.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.27, to come
I'd
see.
I'd like to hold this item. We're just working on a motion.
Okay. We're holding T 29.27.
Thank you.
T 29.28, 140 Merton Street construction staging area. Councillor Matlow.
Move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.29, 30 Bond Street, St. Michael's Hospital, construction staging area. I'm going to move the amendment. I'm posting it. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Carried. T 29.30, 137 Bond Street, construction staging area. I'm going to move an amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. As amended. All in favor? Carried. Lots of work around the hospital. T 29.31, 1233 to 1243 Queen Street East, construction staging area. Council Fletcher.
Move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. T 29.32 has speakers. I'll hold that down. T 29.33 Murbush Village Business Improvement Area.
Sorry, Chair, on T 29.32, I will be deferring it, but I do see that there is a speaker, so if we've been working to be in touch with them about this, but just to let clerks know as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. The speaker on the item is standing down, Deputy Malik, so we will, you're deferring this item? Okay, to when?
To the next meeting.
Okay. So T 29.32, 114 Oslington Avenue encroachment appeal. This will be deferred to next TYCC meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
T 29.33. Did we do that one? Murbush Village Business Improvement Area. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. There's speakers on item T 29.34. So we'll move to 29.35. 25 Augusta Avenue, designation of fire
Okay,
route.
Mr. Speaker, before you go on, so 29.34, I know there are speakers here, but I've also received a request from the applicant to defer this matter to the next meeting. So if we could check with the speakers if they want to speak today or they want to wait till the matter comes back to us.
How many speakers on this item?
Okay, so if they want to speak about it, then we'll hold it down. No, we won't do it now. We're just going through the run-through.
Okay, thank
Thank you. Thank you.
T 29.35, 25 Augusta Avenue, designation of fire routes and amendments to Chapter 880, fire routes. Deputy Malik.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.36, 65 Broadway Avenue, designation of fire routes and amendments to Chapter 880, fire routes. Councillor Matlow.
I'll move these staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.38, traffic management in Ward 14.
We have another fire round on Broadway.
37, I think, sorry, 37? There's speakers on there.
Same thing.
Speakers on 3-7.
T 29.37, 117 to 127 Broadway Avenue, designation of fire routes, amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes. Councillor Matlow.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.38, traffic management in Ward 14 related to the King Street East and Church Street intersection projects. Councillor Fletcher?
Hold.
Hold, okay. T 29.39, vehicle width restriction, public lane south of Gerard Street East, west of Bolton Avenue, and public lane east of Broadview Avenue, south of Gerard Street East. Councillor Fletcher?
Please hold, Mr. Chair.
Okay. There's speakers on item 40. So I'll move to 41. TE 29.41, accessible parking spaces, February 2026. Councillor Bravo?
I'd like to move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And Mr. Chair, I apologize that earlier I was unable to be promoted as a participant. I was as an attendee, so I've been having some WebEx troubles. I do have a deferral motion on item 22 if you want to come back to that at the end. And I don't want to hold staff here.
Okay, it's a timed item,
And it's speakers, so we have to see.
so we haven't got
Yeah,
to it yet.
so I've notified the applicant who is no longer coming to speak, but I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. According to the clerks, we'll still have to call them out, but thank you for letting us know.
Thanks.
T 29.42, accessible parking spaces, Jones Avenue. Council Fletcher.
Move the recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.43, Drury Street, parking amendments. Council Perks.
Staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.44, Jones Avenue parking amendments. Council Fletcher.
Staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.45, all-way stop control, various locations in Ward 13. I'm going to move staff's recs on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.46, pedestrian way designation and streetscape improvements, Coiler Street between Church Street and 8.28 meters east of Church Street. Councilor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.47, appointment of community members to the Apple Grove Community Complex Board of Management. Councilor Fletcher.
Move the recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.48, Dufferin Street and St. Clair Avenue West Action Plan. Councilor Bravo.
I'd like to hold that just to make a few remarks at that item.
Okay. And there's speakers on item T 29.49. T 29.50, Euclid Avenue traffic calming speed humps. Councilor Sachs.
I move my recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.51, Euclid Avenue traffic calming turn restrictions. Councilor Sachs.
Yes, I move the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.52, plan for Heather McGregor Way. Councilor Sachs.
I move the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.53, renaming Lawton Parquet in honor of Carolyn Bennett. Councilor Matlow. I will hold that down, Councilor Matlow. Well, it's the next two items, Councilor Matlow. It's 4 items, Councilor. Councilor Matlow. Item,
There's new business items.
okay. T 20.53, renaming Lawton Parquet in honor of Carolyn Bennett.
Yes. May I just have a moment to say a few words?
Sure.
Thank you. It's with heartfelt pleasure to be able to rename this park that's currently named after the local street for Carolyn Bennett. Carolyn Bennett was a longtime member of Parliament for our Toronto and St. Paul's community. She has served many, many roles in our federal government, including the First Minister of State for Public Health, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, and First Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. She has been a long-time, lifelong advocate for public health. And she currently serves as Canada's ambassador to Denmark, which arguably is one of the more important and prominent roles that a diplomat can play these days. Her professional career is extraordinary. I'm not going to go through every single award and recognition she's had today, but I can tell you personally, she's just been a wonderful friend to our community. A lot of people get into public life and elected office, and they do that for all the roles and the work that they want to do, and that's incredibly important. She also was a resident of our community, part of our community. She showed up at everything. She experienced what we all experience, and people loved her and trusted her. And I can just say that I think many of the votes that she received and why she did so well over the years is because as a doctor, I think she delivered most of the babies in the community herself, which is true. I'm not joking. I would actually go to door and people would say, yeah, she delivered me. So to conclude, she's one of those people that really deserve this recognition. She loves and she loved the community for many years, even though she's off in Copenhagen doing good work now. But it really is a personal pleasure to be able to recognize her in this way and celebrate her family as well.
Yeah, that's great. I was in Copenhagen at a Healthy Cities conference, I think it was last year, and she invited me to her home for dinner. So it's quite lovely.
Sorry, I have questions, Chair. Councilor
ahead.
Fletcher.
Go ahead, Council. Well, we're doing the rundown, but go ahead, Council Fletcher.
I'm sorry, did he move this?
Yes. Yeah. Go
So
ahead.
I have questions for staff, yeah.
Uh,
If you want to hold it,
We should hold it down
that's
because,
fine. But I'd like staff to be able to answer about the naming policy, because I
Okay.
thought that naming policy was for people that were deceased, not for people living Torontonians. So I'd like to have that clarified, and if the policy is being waived.
okay, I'm going to hold this down because we are doing the rundown, so, all right. Thank you. T 29.54.
Well, you allowed Councillor Matlow to introduce it. So there you go, instead of holding it,
Yeah, okay.
but that's fine.
T 29.
Well, yeah, okay is right. Yeah, okay. All right.
T 29.54, Dewburn Avenue Park Amendments. Councilor Matlow.
I move the motion.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.55, Glebe Road East Parking Amendments. Councilor Matlow.
Glebe, and yes, I move the motion.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.56, Tanmer Avenue Parking Amendments. Councilor Matlow.
I move the motion.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.57, Queen Street East Replacement Parking. Councilor Fletcher.
I'll hold that. I'm assuming you're holding 5-3 in my name, Chair.
5-3.
Correct.
53.
5-3, yeah, 53, 5-3, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's just a hold.
I'm holding it, right? I've asked to have.
Yes, you asked me to hold. Held.
Okay, good, thank you.
May I just, as a courtesy, you're aware that I need to leave early this afternoon for an appointment. So I would hope that if another member has a hold on an item in my community, that I be able to be present for the timing of the discussion.
Yes.
Absolutely. Let's make sure that happens, for sure.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this meeting will not go beyond 12:30, 1 o'clock. That's my hope. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a new business item that was sent
Yes,
in.
we're getting to that, Councilor Fletcher.
Just checking that you have it, because I'm not there. Thank you so much.
One that just came in, but we haven't had time to deal with it during the run. We will advise her as soon as it's ready.
Okay. So, Councilor Fletcher, I was just advised that the item you're referring to was just sent to staff just recently,
Yes.
so they're still working
I
on it.
know.
Okay.
That's fine. Just
so-
checking, Mr. Chair.
yeah, mine's
That's my
prepared.
job.
Okay.
You have yours, I have mine.
All righty, so let's continue. So there are some items that need to be added to the agenda. Councillor Bradford has one. Traffic calming Walter Street between Kingston Road and Lyle Avenue. All those in favor of adding this item? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Bravo has a few here. Improving a commercial loading zone on Margarita Street. All those in favor of adding this item? Opposed? Carried. Improving a commercial loading zone on St. Clarence Avenue. Councillor Bravo, you want to add this item?
Yes, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Right? Okay. Improving permit parking on Halman Street. Councillor Bravo?
Yes, I'd like to add that, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Improving traffic safety at Gladstone Avenue on Bloor Street West. Councillor Bravo?
Add the item, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Deputy Mayor Malik, there's a few here for you. Park amendments, Shepherd Street between Richmond Street West and Adelaide Street West.
Yes, I'd like to add that, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Speed limit reduction, King Street West between Dufferin Street and Strachan Avenue.
I'd like to add that as well, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Advancing ongoing community engagement on the Bathurst Quay Neighborhood Community Response Handbook.
I'd like to also add this. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Framework for event permitting at Bathurst Quay Common.
I'd also like to add this item.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I also have an item for myself to add. 60 and 64 Dundas Street East residential demolition application. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Those are all the new business items from me so far. Councillor Fletcher has one more to add, and when it's ready, I will add it.
Sorry,
Okay.
Chair, I also have one more item that was sent to clerks this morning as well.
They're scratching their head, so.
No, if it came in during the run-through, we will have to look at it.
It came in through during the run-through, so staff will take a look at it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so let's go to the timed items. T 29.1, naming of a proposed private street within the Alexandra Park revitalization area. Seeing no speakers on this item, Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to hold it down just to say a few words.
We are at it now, so you
Oh,
can
we're at
speak.
it now. Okay, good. Thank you. Just wasn't sure on the timed items. So I will speak to it briefly. I would like to move the staff recommendations, and I am honored to be able to move this naming of a new street in the new Atkinson Co-op building as part of the Alexandra Park revitalization at 130 Augusta Avenue. And it will be officially open and ready to welcome residents later this month. And this tribute recognizes a leader in our community, someone who is a youth coach, a youth worker, a mentor, and someone who gave so much to this community through their work at St. Christopher's House, but also through the board and the community engagement in Alexandra Park. When this was coming forward, what I heard so clearly was that appreciation of Bob Ellis's humor, his guidance, and his commitment to community, and to be able to continue to celebrate the next phase of the incredible work that is grounded in the Alexandra Park community, and that names him and invites us to be inspired by his leadership and legacy is pretty special, and especially to be able to do that in Black History Month as well. And I want to thank all the community leaders from Scatting Court to the Alexandra Park Co-op to the Grange Community Association for giving their enthusiastic support to moving this forward. And I'm glad that we're able to approve it at this meeting.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so you're moving staff's recommendations as item, right?
That's right.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item is T 29.2, naming of a proposed public street for a development at 215 Lakeshore Boulevard East. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I'm also very honored to move the staff recommendations on this item to approve Chloe Coley Street for the proposed public street at 215 Lakeshore Boulevard East. This is another incredible, honor because of Chloe Cooley's amazing legacy of, Black liberation in Canada, and also the example that she has brought to being honored at every level of government for her leadership and for the way that her story has continued to inspire generations of Canadians. I want to particularly thank the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Committee for putting forward this name for recognition and to be honored in our street naming, and that we can take that forward. I also want to thank the property owners for Pinnacle, Precedent, and Keyfront for their support, including this collaboration that we've been able to have around the renaming of streets in and around this development. And I also particularly want to thank the community members of the East Waterfront Community Association and the Waterfront BIA for supporting this renaming and the important history in our community that they are working alongside us to honor. And of course, city staff from Economic Development and the Culture, Land and Property Services for their research and their support in moving forward this recommendation. We look forward to unveiling this and to celebrate this renaming and this honoring in our community, especially as our East Waterfront continues to grow.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of this item? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Bradford mentioned that item 3 and item 12 are related, and so he'd like to move item 12 first. So item 12 is T 29.12, 1684 to 1698. Actually, there are speakers on this item. 1698, 1700, and 1702 Queen Street East, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. And there are speakers on this item. First up is Sarah Lockyer. Sarah Lockyer. Not here. Saviera Hashmi. Saviera Hashmi. David Morse.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is David Morse, and I'm a principal with Bousfields, Inc., and I'm the planning consultant to the owner. I have a presentation for you, so if you don't mind me just plugging in my computer to present that on the screen.
One moment. It's okay, 21, right?
Yes, so we have the motion prepared.
Okay.
Sorry, I have my computer plugged in, but just waiting for it to pop up on the screen.
Yeah, staff is working on it. Give them 1 second. There we go.
Okay, sorry, it just went to a second screen. One moment.
Yeah, restart your time.
Okay, thank you very much. As I noted, my name is David Morse. I'm the planning consultant to the owner of 1684 to 1702 Queen Street East. So I'll take you through a brief presentation on the development application. So the site is located at the on the north side of Queen Street East between Orchard Park Boulevard and Penny Lane. It's currently vacant except for the heritage property at 1702 Queen Street East at the southeast corner of the site. Queen Street East is classified as an avenue and it's designated mixed-use areas in the official plan. It has access to frequent transit service by way of the 501 and 503 streetcars, which are part of the city's 10-minute network. Accordingly, the site is located within a strategic growth area and has been planned for reurbanization. By way of background, in July of 2022, City Council approved a 6-story mixed-use building on the site. The previous approval was subject to the Queen Street East Urban Design Guidelines, which were released in 2012 to implement the direction of the official plan at the time and to respect the character of Queen Street. In the 14 years that have passed, several policy and urban design initiatives have been adopted by Council to encourage intensification along the avenues as part of the city's growth management strategy. Among other tools, the new mid-rise guidelines were adopted in 2024 with the goal of simplifying construction and providing appropriate built form relationships. These current guidelines are applied to all new mid-rise proposals. Among other matters, the new guidelines consider buildings up to 14 stories tall, street wall heights that fit within the surrounding context, setbacks and stepbacks as shown on these diagrams, and in particular, the new guidelines replace the previous 45-degree angular plane. In response to the current policy and urban design framework, the owner filed a rezoning and official plan amendment application in March of 2025 for the development of an 11-story mixed-use building containing 216 units, 54 parking spaces, and new retail along Queen Street. Since the initial submission, we've received feedback through community engagement with local residents and stakeholder groups, informal comments from city staff, and we're asked to reduce the building height, reduce the density and number of units, reduce the building mass and pull it further away from the north and south, provide additional soft landscaping and parking spaces, and consider converting the south end of Penny Lane to a pedestrian connection. In response to this feedback, and through discussions with the ward councillor and city staff, we've made a number of key revisions to the proposal. including a reduction in building height from 11 to 10 stories, a reduction in the street wall height from 4 to 3 stories, additional building step backs at levels 4, 5, and 8, which significantly reduces the overall building mass, a reduction in the number of units from 216 to 168, a reduction of over 1,300 square meters of gross floor area, a reduction in density from 5.4 to 5.0 FSI. All balconies facing north have been removed to mitigate overlook impacts, and the introduction of additional retail space along Queen. For comparison, this is a conceptual rendering of the original 11-story proposal, and this is a conceptual rendering of the revised 10-story proposal. The proposal will result in several improvements to the subject site, including the closure of Penny Lane and conversion to a pedestrian walkway, which will improve pedestrian safety and accessibility, preservation and expansion of the heritage building, including a 68 square meter extension, which will make the building accessible in compliance with AODA standards, and a mix of housing options, including larger 2- and 3-bedroom units. So this diagram illustrates the reconfiguration of Penny Lane. The areas shown in blue and green represent the new north-south Penny Lane closure, and the area shown in red represents the reorientation of Penny Lane to Orchard Park Boulevard. This diagram illustrates the proposed improvements to the public realm, including internalized garbage and parking spaces, new street trees, expanded street boulevard to animate the street, closure of Penny Lane, and a new landscape pedestrian connection in its place. For all of these reasons, it's my opinion that the proposal represents good planning and will make efficient use of land and infrastructure, implement the city's growth management strategy, fit within the surrounding mid-rise building context, contribute to the re-urbanization of Queen Street between Kingston and Coxwell, meet the mid-rise guidelines, and improve the safety of the site through Penny Lane. It will also not result in any unacceptable light view and privacy impacts, as well as transportation impacts. Finally, we're in support of the recommendations outlined in staff's decision report, and we'd like to thank the Ward Councillor, Sean Gunther, Sarah Henstock, and all city staff for their hard work on this application. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Right on time. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks for your deputation. Yep. Could you talk to me about how applications today would respond to the 2012 urban design guidelines versus the 2024 mid-rise design guidelines, and which one takes precedent?
Yes, so the 2012 Queen Street East urban design guidelines were specific to the character of Queen Street at that time, and they implemented the objectives of the official plan at that time. Nonetheless, they do include some important pieces of information, including helping animate the street, having low street wall heights, and really ensuring that the character of the area is reinforced. Since that time, the city has gone through several policy iterations that have encouraged intensification along the avenues, and they've released several iterations of the mid-rise guidelines, including the 2024 set. The 2024 mid-rise guidelines are the standard for reviewing mid-rise buildings, but the other guidelines are still to have regard. So in this case, we have taken cues from the original urban design guidelines and kept the street wall height at 3 stories, maximized that in both the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment, but we've implemented the new mid-rise guidelines to implement the city's growth management strategy.
Okay, I've got a bunch of questions to blitz through here. A lot of community feedback on this, and I appreciate that you've been responsive to that. Can you confirm the proportion of 2- and 3-bedroom units in the revised proposal? What it was before, what it is now?
Yes, so the previous proposal included 33% 2-bedroom units and 17% 3-bedroom units. That's been increased quite substantially to 42% 2-bedroom units and 21% 3-bedroom units.
Can you speak to the removal of the balconies on the north facade and how that responds to some of the overlook concerns?
Yes, so in the mid-rise guidelines, it notes that no balcony should be provided on the first 6 floors of the rear building wall. Above that, it does contemplate balconies. However, in this case, from feedback from the community, we felt it was important to remove the balconies and remove any potential overlook impacts.
Can you confirm that Murphy's Law building will still be conserved and integrated into the development?
Yes, as part of this application, Murphy's Law will be incorporated into the development. It's been reviewed by Heritage staff as a current Heritage designated property, and they have no concerns. In addition, Murphy's Law will have an extension on the back to make it accessible in compliance with AODA standards.
Does the project currently include affordable housing units in it today?
The project does not currently include affordable housing units.
Are the applicants willing to work with me and city staff to include affordable housing units on site prior to council approval?
Yes, the owner is willing to work with you towards affordable housing before council.
Okay. What additional landscape commitments are you prepared to secure ahead of site plan approval?
Right, so in terms of landscaping, Queen Street is going to include a larger boulevard than it currently exists by a setback of 2 meters. On Orchard Park Boulevard, there's going to be a setback of 6.5 meters, which will accommodate additional street trees and landscaping and a sidewalk. But the most important piece of this is the closure of the existing north-south portion of Penny Lane on the east side of the site. That currently leads to a 5-way intersection, and in discussions with transportation staff, we've been advised that they would like us to convert it to a mid-block connection. Through consultation with the ward councillor and city staff, we agreed, and that will be purchased from the city and converted to a new landscaped pedestrian connection.
Okay. One of the questions or concerns I've heard about most from the community relates to parking. Now, this application will not be included in the permit parking program. I'll reiterate that now, but can you clarify whether the applicant is looking to put additional parking in this proposal, in this building? You're looking at mechanical solutions. What are you looking at?
Yes, so the applicant is looking at several different solutions, which could include mechanical solutions, but it could also include either a partial or full additional underground level. They are going through the marketing process to understand the demand for parking, but are intending on including additional parking spaces.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Next up is Adam Smith. 5 minutes.
All right, guys, just give me a moment to get set up with the laptop here.
Okay, 5 minutes.
It's gonna be. Right.
Anyone else who has presentations, please queue up your laptops before you come to the front. Times of the is the essence here today. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Adam Smith, a resident of Beaches, East York. 6 years ago, the application for 1684 Queen East was approved and conformed to the Queen East Urban Design Guidelines. Had that been built, I would not be here. Instead, they demolished a Days Inn, doubling as a women's shelter, closed Murphy's Law Bar, dug a massive hole in the ground, and then sat on the property until it was no longer economically viable in its approved form. After leaving a dangerous, ugly, and poorly fenced pit in the ground for 4 years, is this committee prepared to allow the first private developer to go beyond 6 stories? This application is slightly better, 10 stories instead of 11, and better setbacks on the front, but still violates the guidelines and the expectations of many residents. The planning report from staff says it, quote, meets the intent of the guidelines, If the intent was to have buildings greater than 6 stories, the UDGs would have mentioned that. I asked the committee, are residents allowed to know what can be built in their neighborhood, or does anything go? Many locals enjoy seeing the sky and walking in the sun. If Beaches residents wanted to be hemmed in by tall buildings, they wouldn't have moved there. The north side doesn't have the setbacks of the approved design and creates a shadow over twice the length, greatly overshadowing backyards to the north, if you see on this. Here are the shadows of the approved design in blue. And here are the shadows of the latest design in orange. As you can see, some of the green backyards are going to lose sunlight for more than 5 hours, and the poor people at number 5 Orchard Park are reduced from about 5 hours of sunlight, 1 hour of which is almost full sun, to a tiny sliver for an hour. While the mid-rise guidelines mention 5 hours of sunlight at the equinoxes for public realm, it also mentions minimizing shadowing of private open spaces. I personally feel this building to be just another boring, boxy, bland stack of cubes, just like the majority of new builds out there, and does not complement the heritage building of Murphy's Law. I was surprised to find that planners on a thread on urbantoronto.ca feel the same. There's no indication of just how many units will be affordable, as mentioned, and the last thing the city needs is more unaffordable market rate rentals. Regardless of being created 14 years ago, the Queen East Guidelines are a legally recognized document that Council approved and as of today are still a part of the official plan. At the January 22nd Planning and Housing Committee, Councillor Bradford said expecting these guidelines to be respected is, quote, misinformed at best or maybe misleading at worst. But as Council has not seen fit to remove these guidelines from the official plan, you can forgive residents for having the reasonable expectation that the existing guidelines still apply. They are called guidelines for a reason. They aren't called the Queen Street East wishful thinking or the Queen Street East exercise in futility. The only thing misleading seems to be Council misinforming residents by having the guidelines included in the official plan. Councillor Bradford also mentioned the, quote, provincial planning statutes that the city is statutorily required to comply with, excuse me. But what policy is he specifically referring to? As far as I understood, even the 2024 mid-rise guidelines still limit the height of the building to the right-of-way width. This is the same province that doesn't allow resident representation at the OLT, removed rent controls on newer buildings, weakened heritage considerations, swept away development fees, limited conservation authorities, eliminated requirements for shadow and wind studies, overrode globally recognized municipal green building standards, and is now removing affordable housing requirements at major transit station areas. Does any of this sound like good planning principles we should be adhering to or resisting? No information or statistics seem to matter. No one is willing to address that the area is already greatly increased in density, or that this is not a major transit hub, or the lack of amenities and youth program space, or the closest elementary school is fully at capacity, or that Canada just depopulated and over 200,000 units are going to be vacated the next 30 years as the boomers move on. So I'm going to introduce some new facts. When you take into account the demolition, excavation, construction, and all the embodied carbon of the materials, development is the largest source of carbon emissions in the city the last 20 years, a fact the city hides by exempting those emissions. Yet, ironically, we claim to be in a climate crisis. Because our stormwater infrastructure is overloaded, new builds have to include massive storage tanks in their basement, an unproven experimental measure. For this development, the basement storage tanks weren't enough, they also needed rooftop storage. The current development frenzy is not just about profits. Canada is one of the highest percentage of housing to GDP in the OECD, more than double the average. Senior governments are using development in a desperate ploy to prop up flagging economic growth. We've been putting too many housing eggs in the economic basket, and those chickens are coming home to roost, as evidenced by the glut in the condo market and falling housing prices. The demand isn't there, which is why development after development keep failing, leaving other empty holes in the ground, and yet we keep approving more. None of this is building towards a sustainable future, quite the opposite, and as Time Council acknowledged it, if the developer can't make enough money to build within the guidelines, they should hand it over to the city for a 100% public, 100% affordable building. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you. Up next is Jeffrey Levitt.
Your silence speaks volumes. Thank you.
Jeffrey Levitt.
Attached.
5 minutes, go ahead.
And my name is Jeffrey Levitt, and I am Vice President of the Beach Triangle Residents Association, or BTRA. And on behalf of BTRA, I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to comment on the proposed development. the Murphy's Law site on Queen Street East. BTRA has submitted some written comments to the committee which address 3 issues relating to this development: lack of affordable housing, effect on neighborhood parking, and importantly, confusion about the planning policies that were used to evaluate the development, and in particular, about the current status of the Queen Street East urban design guidelines. Due to the short time I have for the presentation, I'll refer you to our written comments about the first 2 issues, and we'll summarize them as follows. Toronto, including the beach area, needs affordable housing, and it was disappointing that the original proposal did not include provision for affordable housing, but hopefully, as we've heard, this will be resolved before this matter goes to council. Secondly, in terms of parking is already scarce in the 9C on-street parking area, where the Murphy's Law site is located, and also the area of the Beach Triangle Residents Association. And we support the staff recommendation to review making residents, visitors, and tradespeople at the development ineligible to apply for overnight parking permits, and also heartened to hear that there's additional parking contemplated for the development. I want to spend the balance of my time to deal with the issue of the planning policies that were applied in the evaluation of the development. The Queen Street East Urban Design Guidelines continue to be included on the city website's list of area-specific guidelines, and Site and Area-Specific Policy 466, which references these guidelines, continues to be included in Chapter 7 of the city's official plan. However, the current status of the Queen Street East Guidelines and SASP 466 is very unclear. For example, in a recent meeting of this committee, and also at this meeting, the Queen Street East Guidelines were characterized as being possibly out of date. As a further example, while city planning staff stated in their report to the committee that they used the Queen Street East Guidelines in their evaluation of the development, some aspects of the development, such as rear angular plane, height of the building, do not conform with the letter or intent of the guidelines or SASP 466. And in particular, it's hard to see how a 10-story building complies with the intent of the Queen Street Guidelines and SASP 466, both of which limit the building height to 6 stories. As another example, city planning staff have used the mid-rise building design guidelines in their evaluation of the development, but gave really no clear explanation on why the mid-rise guidelines were given preference over the Queen Street East guidelines for some aspects of the development. The lack of clarity about the status of the Queen Street East guidelines and SASP 466 has resulted in considerable uncertainty and apprehension about how the city will evaluate future developments along Queen Street East in the beach, and the precedent that approval of this development will set. While the city and the province clearly have the right to establish land use, laws, and policies, residents of the city have the right to know how these laws and policies will be applied. We would accordingly request that the city publicly clarify the current status of the Queen Street East Guidelines and SASP 466, and also clarify how these and other policies will be applied in the city's evaluation of future developments on Queen Street in the beach from Coxwell Avenue to Nursewood Road. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputants? Go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks for the deputation, Jeff. When we look at the Queen Street Urban Design Guidelines from 2012 and you contrast that with the more recent 2024 mid-rise design guidelines, do you think that the 24 document, which is a citywide broader document, is something that the city would be looking to in this context, or is it more about the local specific one from a little bit longer ago?
Thanks for the question. I'd say that in some sense it's both, that the city is probably, the community is more aware of the local guidelines. And the aspect is just people are left with the overlay of provincial policies and new city policies. people are left confused as to what applies. And so I think the first step before deciding what's right is just deciding what's the current state of affairs, and that's what people don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point, and I'm going to be asking staff to clarify that shortly. The applicant outlined a number of the changes that were made in response to feedback from you and Beaches Triangles Residents Association and others. Are you seeing elements of the 2012 urban design guidelines reflected in what's in front of us? Obviously not the 6 stories, but other pieces of that with respect to public realm and setbacks and pedestrian areas, the height of the setbacks, the street wall.
Yeah, some of the changes met the letter and intent of the local guidelines, but again, we come back to the fact that it's certainly welcome from the community's point of view, but it also gets to the point where there's a mix of policies that are applied to different aspects of the development, and there's no explanation of why the old guidelines were used for one aspect, but the new guidelines were used for another aspect.
I think that's fair.
Which leads to confusion.
Yeah, I'll get staff to clarify that explicitly for everyone here. And then the parking piece, I know that's a really parking constrained area. You know, it's my policy and approach not to permit new buildings to be part of the permit parking. But are there still concerns about parking supply in the building, regardless of if permit parking is not going to be available?
That's a difficult question to answer because I guess it depends how the units are marketed and to whom they're marketed. And the city has, by getting rid of minimum parking requirements, basically devolved onto developers their own choice, which, I guess it's always a concern where there's the potential. This development is located right next door to the area of Beaches Triangle Residents Association, and there's always a concern when for the potential of new developments to impose more parking requirements. Whereas on the supply side, on the demand side, there's increases in the demand for parking spots. On the supply side, there's no increases in the number of available parking spots, and that's our concern.
So it would be well received to see some additional parking provided within the building for those residents.
For sure.
Okay. And then lastly, the affordable housing, I know that's important to you and me and the community. You're aware that that is now achieved or secured through the community benefit charge, 4% land value at permits. Doesn't necessarily buy you a lot of units anymore. But would it be your preference to see those units secured in this building or broadly contribute to more affordable units in the neighborhood? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think the important part of what you said is in the neighborhood, because if it's goes into the community benefits fund and is allocated to affordable housing, we may not see that affordable housing in the beach. And it's important that in our area there be a range of housing types.
Very good. Thanks for the deputation and all the work putting the correspondence together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Liz McGregor. Are you here? Online? Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not going to go through all the stats and the facts. I think the first 2 speakers did an excellent job around some of the considerations from a community perspective. I'm a citizen, and there's a couple of councillors who probably recognize my name, being our own councillor, Bradford, and Councillor Fletcher, with respect to another issue that I've been trying to address as well, but I'm not going to go down that path today. This is very specific to development in this community, and I've been on several meetings now. And I want to go back to one of my fundamental points in all of this. Millions of people that live in the city of Toronto and 26 councillors, and accountability. And the 2 issues I'm very involved in right now, one of them being development, is around accountability. So we had the earlier guidelines that millions of dollars were spent on, public input was sought, they were pulled together. And now we have guidelines that have shifted and changed. Both speakers have mentioned it. And I'd like to know where and how these guidelines have been developed, what kind of public input was provided. Certainly, councillors and the mayors from the last few years that I've gone through and in the campaign talked about affordable housing, but did not talk about amending bylaws, project by project, community by community across the city. So it's not just a local issue, it's across the city. I've done my research, and this community alone has got holes in the ground, stalled projects, things not being done, conservation areas infringed upon. And all of you councillors are relying on these guidelines that nobody has sought public input on. Where is the accountability in the process? We have public servants who go off, have meetings with developers on how to circumvent the law, because that's what you do when you do an amendment to a bylaw.
Excuse me, that is inappropriate to say that.
What, that bureaucrats are going behind closed doors and having meetings with developers prior to seeking public input? I will reword it as I just have, because that's what's happening. Then they come out and ask for public input. The decisions have already been made. So now we're made to look at this project and think, boy, this is really good. We've had amendments made to this project because they've dropped a story and they've worked with everybody. When the reality is the original guidelines are being circumvented bylaw by bylaw. So the first two speakers covered a lot of things that I was going to talk about, parking being one of them, because anybody who thinks that families moving into 2 and 3 bedroom condominiums don't have a car, don't live in the real world. Because most people are not getting on the bus with their hockey equipment. But I'm going to leave that issue for now because other people have talked about it. I'm going back to accountability. Who is being accountable for these amendments to bylaws, project by project, divide and conquer, right? People can't get organized to actually come back out and say, we don't want this, because it's project by project. And if you really all believe that this is the route to go in this city, guidelines need to be consistent, they need to be fair, and they need to seek public input. So take that out on the election platform before you start amending any more bylaws, certainly in this area, certainly with this project, and certainly across the city. Because it's not your job to defend the provincial government, it's your job to defend the interests of the people of the City of Toronto. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. David McDonald. Sorry, David Donnelly. Online? Mr. Donnelly?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is David Donnelly. I represent a number of residents who live on Orchard Park Boulevard. To begin, at the October 27th, 2025 meeting, we made substantial oral comments with respect to a number of the residents' concerns regarding the project, housing, greenhouse gas emissions, density, height, etc. We followed that up with a detailed letter, a 10-page letter on October the 31st, 2025. We sent that to Mr. Gunther, the city planner. We copied Councillor Bradford and a number of local politicians. In it were 17 very specific questions regarding the compatibility of this development and all of its impacts. Mr. Chair, my clients asked for a dialogue with the city and the developer. My clients retained a well-known, reputable urban designer to assist with the negotiation or the communication around amendments to the application. Mr. Chair, despite that urgent request for a meeting, my clients never heard back from the city. Nothing, not a word. My estimate is that the developer and their consultants have met with city staff at least 10 times. The local councillor, city staff, and the developer never contacted my office or the Orchard Park residents with respect to any of these changes. In my respectful submission, Mr. Chair, this is not an isolated problem, or at least if the city is treating this development in isolation, it is failing residents. There are at least 78 stories of new development proposed all around the intersection of Kingston Road and Queen Street East, which will impact my clients and the community. What has the proposal come back with? A promise for additional parking, a promise of affordability. And yet, of all these promises, there's no promise still to meet with residents. In my respectful submission, that is a critical process failure. This application cannot and should not proceed to council until residents have been spoken to with respect and that their questions, 17 of them, specific written questions in an appendix. Councillor Bradford has our communication, city staff has the communication. These matters must be addressed with residents before they go to council. This is not a bunch of NIMBYs saying we don't want development at the site. They want development that's compatible, and they want this development treated in context with the 78 stories of development that is planned, all circling their low-rise typology, neighborhood streets, Orchard Park community. With respect, Mr. Chair, I think the developer's consultant should be asked explicitly why the residents weren't consulted with the development. My clients want answers. How many times did the developer meet with city staff to arrange for these accommodations, and yet the community was not consulted? Why is the councillor in communication with the developer, but not with the residents with respect to the very specific questions that were posed by the residents? Mr. Chair, I would like you to put to the local councillor that this matter is premature, that a consultation with the community must happen to work out even the details that they say are unresolved. Shadow, parking, affordability. There are a number of potential avenues for resolution here, but they have not been resolved. My client has an urban designer who is willing to sit down and to resolve some of these issues, but it cannot and should not be resolved in this way. I mean, I'm shocked. This is not my first rodeo with respect to urban development in the city of Toronto, but this is the first time that I can tell that residents have been shut out completely with respect to the dialogue with the city. City planners have a responsibility to residents. When they get organized, when they hire professionals, the city needs to behave responsibly and professionally in dealing with local residents. Why is the catering all done for developers? There's nothing remarkable about this project. With respect, Mr. Chair, this matter is premature. It should not be approved by Community Council until the residents have had equal opportunity and access to city staff and the consultants for the developer.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Those
Any
are my
questions?
submissions.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you.
Well, there you go, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So there were two other deputants on my list who were not here earlier, Sarah Locklear and Savara Hashmi. Still not here? Okay. Councillor Bradford, you're up.
Thanks. Some questions for staff here. We heard from deputants this morning about the 2012 Queen Street East Urban Design Guidelines and the 2024 Mid-Rise Design Guidelines. Lots of confusion there in the public. I guess let me start with this. Between the two sets of guidelines, does one take precedent over the other or prioritized in staff's evaluation of this application or other applications along the corridor?
Through the chair, we evaluate the applications based on the policies and the 2012 Queen Street East guidelines, as well as the applicable site and area specific 466 was used to evaluate this application. There is emerging direction with the updated mid-rise guidelines also the avenue policies that were also used, so it's a balance in evaluating each application.
That's not really a super clear answer from staff there. So you're saying it is a balance between the two? Is it 50-50, 70-30, 60-40? How do you do it? Because people are pointing out you picked some things from the 2012 urban design guidelines, you know, street wall height, setbacks, pedestrian realm, but other things that would be more the 2024 mid-rise guidelines, like height. So what is it? How do you do it? Put some context out there for the public.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Queen Street East guidelines are focused on the street wall height, the setbacks, step backs, materiality, and that's very much specific to this area. However, the updated mid-rise guidelines from 2024 has design directions that are applicable citywide, including the rear transition. The previous rear transition in the Queen Street East guidelines were taken from the former mid-rise guidelines. Now, that has been updated, and it's a citywide approach to approve more housing throughout the city. That's a good example. And the other thing that is also taken from the citywide guidelines is the fact that sometimes buildings, mid-rise buildings, can have a height that is bigger than the width of the street right-of-way, and that those applications are evaluated on a side-by-side basis. And one of the reasons is the depth of the property, which in this case, we have a property that has a depth bigger than 64 meters.
So you hear from the community members that get pretty stuck on the 6 stories from the design guidelines from 2012. That is a big hang up. It comes up all the time. What is your advice or the context to residents? Is it 6 stories from 2012, or is it more right-of-way width more broadly in keeping with the 24 mid-rise design guidelines, recognizing that this site has a format that's deeper than right-of-way width anyways? But what is it? Because you heard all the deputants, you saw the 100 pieces of correspondence, lots of confusion, and I think staff should be clear about that.
Yes, absolutely. So the Queen Street East guidelines, when it talks about the Woodbine Beach, that this site is actually located inside of it, it doesn't have any specific indication about the height. It has directions regarding street wall height, step backs.
Hang on.
Sorry.
So because this location is west of Woodbine Beach, you're saying that the street wall, some of the materiality, those things apply, but it's not the 6 stories. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying yes. I mean, it could be a 6-story building, but again, the site has potential to go taller, and it's not just
Could be a
about
4-story building, like it could be whatever they apply for, but you know, it's your evaluation.
Yes.
So you're not evaluating it. It's west of Woodbine Beach. That's what I'm hearing from you right now. 6 stories, 2012 Queen Street Urban Design Guidelines. You're looking, when it comes to height, more on the 2024 mid-rise design guidelines. I just need absolute clarity from staff.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying here is that the 10-story building that has been proposed, in staff's opinion, is a good fit because the site has a depth that is over 64 meters. And that combined with the deep step backs, the low scale street wall height, and also public realm enhancement makes it a good fit. Yes, I mean, the SAS directs a height that is about 6 stories, but again, the site has the potential to go taller than 6 stories because they meet different objectives at the same time, and it's about balancing different objectives to achieve good city planning.
Okay, so are the 2012 Queen Street Urban Design Guidelines still referenced in the official plan?
Yes, they're still relevant because we look at it in the evaluation of the application when it comes again to street wall height, setbacks, step backs, and public realm enhancement and materiality.
So if you are, and we're trying to put a fine point on this, I might need a second round, Mr. Chair. Is there one that is weighted more heavily, 2024 mid-rise design guidelines, more recent citywide update, or something specific 2012 to certain sections of Queen Street East? Like you've heard the public and the deputations and the confusion. I am still, like really I'm hearing well, it's a site-specific consideration here. This is a unique site. That's what I'm hearing, but it doesn't really address the question more broadly for the public. Which one applies or which one supersedes the other? Like in planning documents and hierarchy, it's all about the superseding bylaws or guidelines or policy direction. Which one is it here?
So the guidelines, as per the official plan, are tools to help us achieve the objective of the OP, and guidelines can be flexible as indicated in almost all of them. But in terms of which document supersedes the other one, again, these two documents are read together to balance different objectives, and that is exactly what has been indicated in the mid-rise guidelines, that these guidelines, the citywide guidelines, should be read in conjunction with site-specific urban design documents.
Okay. Can I do a second round, or you ask other people?
I'll come in, but you should go before me, Brad, because you're on a roll there.
Okay, I'll
have questions.
allow a second round. Go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, colleagues. What is the current status of the Queen Street East Urban Design Guidelines? So they're obviously a pretty old document. There's been a lot of changes provincially and in the city that have really changed the context of development in Toronto, different priorities. Will they still be applied to the city's evaluation on future developments? And should it be interpreted, as it often is by folks, as this is a law? Or is there the flexibility that you are employing in your expert opinion on this site?
The guidelines will still be relevant in the evaluation of future applications. And again, each site will be evaluated based on its own merit. This specific site as 1684 Queen Street is unique. It's very deep. It's located at the gateway to Queen Street East area, and again had a different configuration and condition to be able to accommodate taller elements.
A big concern from residents, to your point, it's a unique site, but a big concern is this sets a precedent for 10 stories further along Queen Street East. Is this a precedent-setting site, or does the unique configuration of the site and the lot depth change that?
It won't be a precedent-setting site because it's, again, very unique in its depth, configuration, and location and size of the site.
So you wouldn't necessarily say that you'd be approving a 10-story building in the middle of the beaches?
No, we wouldn't.
Okay.
It depends on the site configuration.
Yeah. Can you confirm that staff are coming back to make sure that this development is excluded from on-street permit parking? I'm going to move that motion, so heads up. The city's Housing Now project, 1631, was that considered as a precedent-setting site when you were reviewing this application?
Through the chair, that was not used as a precedent, given it was a through lot that fronted on Queen and Eastern, so a totally different lot fabric. And also kind of we looked at the evolving policy context along main streets, including Queen Street East, with the built form and materiality, which informed the direction on this application.
Okay, and can you work with myself and the applicant to secure some affordable housing on the site here?
Through the chair, planning staff is available to assist the councillor's office on CBCs.
Thank you very much. That's my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you said you had questions?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Brad, for those questions. There's a whole number of Queen Street guidelines, I think. There's Riverside, there's Leslieville, there's the section between, there's your area, Brad, then there's one that was the old area between Mary Margaret and myself. So there's probably 4 different planning studies that have guidelines there. And what I'm understanding is that and they were based on the mid-rise guidelines, earlier ones, which was 20-meter right-of-way, 6-story height, etc. And now there are new mid-rise guidelines. And could staff just say what that the right-of-way remains the same, 20 meters, and how have you shifted your thinking on the heights based on the city's new approach? Beyond 6 stories.
Through the chair, Councillor Fletcher, you're correct.
Facing Queen Street. Facing Queen Street.
Correct. There are a number of design guidelines as well as a number of site and area specific policies along Queen Street that speak to the specific conditions of those streets. As staff have highlighted in response to Councillor Bradford's question, they are particularly interested in the street wall condition along Queen Street East, given the historic success of that retail corridor and also the importance of the character of that street. Councillor, you're also quite right that the height regime has, the city's approach to height in some instances has become more ambitious in response to provincial policy change in recent years.
Yep.
And so on a site-by-site basis, as is the case on the site that we are discussing now, staff look at the specific considerations of the site dimensions and its potential to assess the opportunity for additional housing and an additional height.
No, I totally understand that, but I'm now just looking along all of Queens. So how do you take, I understand the depth of the lot, which would of course allow for greater density there. But the relationship to Queen Street and pretty historic street, that's still something that is taken into consideration. Do you still take that into consideration?
That is correct, we do.
And does your report say that the heights, because I haven't read it completely, that the height supersedes the guidelines? Is that clear, and why? Specifically say that?
Through the chair, the report does talk about the tools that we used, the guidelines and the policies that we looked to. We don't talk about superseding because it's more of a balanced approach. In this case, yes, the lot is very deep. It's also very wide. It takes up the whole.
No, it's about your report. Does your report say there is the Queen East guidelines for this zone, this area of Queen, and that the recommendation is that city planning recommends that those guidelines be superseded by this new information, just clearly, so everybody understands that, because I think Councillor Bradford was trying to get at that.
Through the chair, the way that our report frames it is that the height is generally in keeping with the guidelines.
I see, but the guideline was pretty strict. I think it was 6 stories in there, 5 in other areas. So this does supersede that. Could it be clearer, do you think, for the community? They're not planners, they're just reading your report.
I agree with you, Councillor. It is difficult to navigate the layers of policy and guidelines, as we've heard from community members today.
So I think that would really go a long way. I'll speak about that. So on Queen Street, and I'm looking at the whole thing, and Councillor Bradford, you and I should just talk about how that messaging is done, and what areas would, how we can meet the requirements of Queen Street, which in some places is a very heritage value, and the beach itself. Then what it takes for the lot, where it's appropriate, what the back end of that lot might be, the relationship to the street, which is something that people really care about. And I think that you've taken care for 1631 that the relationship to Queen Street is different than the relationship to Eastern. That's the same at the Don Somerville site. So I'll just ask staff if within the mid-rise guidelines, you think there's any place on Queen Street where a front wall of 16 stories or 29 stories would be appropriate.
Sorry, Councillor Fletcher, can you repeat that again?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just review again that in cases right around here, that we've taken great pains, staff and the councillors, to make sure that the relationship to Queen Street around Queen Coxwell, which is where this is close to, and Queen Woodbine, have a relationship, respect for relationship to Queen Street. If I'm looking up and down the street, are there locations where you would approve or recommend to us a 29-story height or a 16-story height? And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm just asking, what's the latitude that you're generally considering? 11 stories here on this deep lot is something that you're suggesting will work. What yardstick are you going to use for a 29-story application or a 16-story application on Queen Street?
That's your last
Facing
question.
Queen Street. Facing Queen Street. But I might need a second round too, Chair. It's Queen Street.
Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair. Councillor Fletcher, I understand your question to be particularly focused around the Queen Street street wall. You're correct that we have prioritized the height along the Queen Street street wall. In terms of specific upset limits on height, that answer would have some, there are specific considerations that might fold into that answer. For example, if the Queen Street site happened to be within a PMTSA. There may be different considerations depending on the specific location, but for a traditional avenue site, such as the one that we're speaking about today in Councillor Bradford's ward, I would not anticipate staff recommending height substantially beyond the mid-rise limit, just reflective of the historic tradition on Queen Street East, its mid-rise character, and the avenues and specific site and area specific policies that guide this area. If I may, Councillor Bradford, I apologize, I was too slow on my button. Recommendation number 4 in the staff report does speak to the General Manager of Transportation Services reporting back on excluding permit parking.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you want a second round? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say that excluding permit parking is actually the purview of community council, and we can do that at any time, correct? Last. Are you running my clock, Chair? Waiting for the answer.
Sorry.
Councillor Fletcher, we typically include this recommendation in response to council's direction when the citywide parking.
No, I understand that. I know what you're doing, but I'm clarifying that waiting for you isn't necessary. That council, this community council, at any point, at any development, can exclude permit parking when it's here, correct?
Yes, it is delegated.
It's delegated, so we don't have to wait for you to report back on that. That permit parking exclusion could happen today, tomorrow, next week. And I'll just go back to that. Do you think your reports could be clearer when it's Queen Street as to indicating people do believe in the guidelines? They were very involved at that point. Planning was very involved with residents at that point. Planning was not done by the provincial government on our streets and then mirrored in our planning, City of Toronto planning documents. So I'm wondering if you believe or can be far more clear when there are guidelines that hundreds and hundreds of residents have been part of developing, when those are going to be changed in your recommendations, because as I've heard today, that really wasn't very clear and has led to a lot of concern that somehow that you've forgotten what they are. Whereas you've not forgotten what they are, but there's other pressures and other matters that have come to the fore, and that's changed. So how will you be able to write reports in the future for this street, anywhere, for other streets that have these beloved guidelines in place?
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate the feedback. It's always a balancing act in our reports between how much detail to include and as well as trying to bring forward all the necessary information. I have heard from the community and from yourselves on Community Council today that you feel we could have been more clear, and I appreciate that. We will work on improving.
Did you hear that at the, I'm just asking, did you not hear that at 1631 Queen as well? That there were a lot of concerns that this abrogated the Queen Street guidelines because perhaps it wasn't clear in the report. Did you not hear that? I think it was last time.
At Planning and Housing Committee, you're correct, Councillor. We did also hear some commentary.
So you've heard that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let's try to get this moving along. Any other questions for staff? No? Okay, speakers? Sorry. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead. You want to speak to this item?
Yes, I will speak to this item. I'll just say that, I'll just go back to that last point. It's unfortunate that, and Councillor Bradford kind of drew that out, and that's why I came in behind that, about what the community expectation is, that in all of these reports, this guideline, the one subsequent to that, there have been, that's posted on the web, it's posted on our websites, everybody was involved in that, hundreds of people were involved. And I'm a little disappointed that planning staff have simply said, well, here's what we're doing, without taking that context as to why that's shifting and how that was then, and here's why now is now. and here's how we're approaching it. Here's how we are being sensitive to the relationship to Queen Street. And even with the PMTSAs, I don't think we should just say, oh yeah, sure, here you go, a street front with a street wall with 29 stories or a street wall with 16 stories or anything of that kind. It's quite surprising to people. We have not had a large community-based process on any of this. So Councillor Bradford, I will be speaking with you between now and council to just look at how to help everybody understand that things have changed without making them feel badly, and how to help planning be a little more sensitive to the community that they spent years working with on developing guidelines that that community feels are still in place, when indeed they're not in place. So that is a communications issue, not for us, but for the city. And hopefully we can work on something for the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, I have a motion here to bring this forward to council without recommendations. That's what I'm moving today. And I think that's because there's more work to be done. I don't want any of the deputants, particularly the professional deputants who have never met a housing site that they didn't disapprove of. But I wouldn't want them to think that, we're not going to move forward with housing here. But, when I hear from folks like the Beaches Triangle Residents Association and their commentary, which was very constructive, I think there is still more work to do with respect to affordable housing and some of the parking stuff here on this site that I want to work on between now and council. And to Councillor Fletcher's point and my questions of staff, I think more work needs to be done here from city staff on the clarification of the 2012 urban design guidelines. The public are not professional planners. Trying to understand the planning policy hierarchy, superseding documents, which takes a precedent or superiority or over one another, is challenging. And these are communities with very invested interests. They've taken up residence here in the beaches because of what the beaches is, and I think most people understand that housing is going to change and evolve, and the city's context changes and evolves. But we should have some clarity around the documents and the policies that are going to guide that. And what we heard today from staff was that these documents, written 12 years apart, were, quote, read together. Read together. So, that's not a very satisfying answer. It is not the clarity that I think and transparency that we owe to Torontonians. And while I appreciate this is a unique site, it's very deep, it's very wide, and that it's really a site-by-site evaluation. If that's the case, then maybe you don't have broad sweeping guidelines from 2012 that set an expectation from a communication standpoint of what people are going to see, but then with the other hand, sign off on staff recommendations calling for the approval of something that is clearly not in line with what was written in 2012. You got the new 2024 stuff and then the provincial framework, which has changed, and I appreciate that. But, it's not helpful. And it's not the first time. I'm actually going through motions back to 1631 site. I think we have flagged the prioritization of the urban design guidelines for Queen Street, for staff before. And here we are back again, and I gotta tell you, not compelling answers. The best answers were from urban design, and I appreciate that, but not super compelling or clear answers. It's frustrating. The applicant here has, I think, responded in good faith to community feedback so far. I fully reject the premise of one of the deputants that there's been no consultation. This thing has been under consultation for 6 or 7 years, multiple rounds, multiple iterations, multiple proposals. It's not all the same thing. It's not apples to apples, but I think he actually deputed on the statutory community meeting, the CCM that we had. That individual actually deputed on behalf of folks. So there's been a lot of discussion, and I think the applicant has responded to some of that feedback in the context of their current application. And I appreciate that. And my message to them is that we're not done. There's more work to do between now and this going before council if we're going to get over the line. The last thing I would just say is, the beach is a vibrant community. There's a lot of really special things going on there, which is why I think people are particularly engaged, why people want to live there, why the folks who grew up there are looking to stay there. And that really underlines the need for housing, different housing supply options in the neighborhood, options for families, which this application is responding to with more 2- and 3-bedroom units, things that folks in the marketplace are going to want to see. But we can't just say no to everything. We can't just be held to something that was drafted, 14 years ago in a different environment, in a different context, and pretend that nothing's happened or that we're living in a vacuum. We're not. But how do we do it in a thoughtful way that responds to where we were, but perhaps more importantly, where we need to go? And I think staff need to do a better job of communicating that for everybody so we can all get on the same page. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's vote on the motion in front of us. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Let's move on to item number 3, permanent closure of part of the public laneway abutting 1684 to 1702 Queen Street East. Councillor Bradford.
I guess I'll just push this to council too.
Without...
Yeah, without recommendations. They're tied together. This was what the applicant was talking about, the pedestrianization of Penny Lane, which I think will be a positive thing, but it goes with this application. Yes. So I can send that without Rex.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Fletcher has an item to add to the agenda. I don't have the wording in front of me. What is it? Okay, well, this...
It's about Metrolinx. Shouldn't surprise you, Chair, a Metrolinx motion. Never-ending story. It's about a new gate that they wish to put in, leaving out their site for the new subway, so.
Okay, we'll move that item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now go to, we're way behind schedule today, by the way, just so everybody knows. We'll now go to T29.53, renaming Lawton Parquet in honor of Carolyn Bennett. Councillor...
Sorry, Chair. I have had it clarified by staff and everything's great. And thank you, Councillor Matlow. Great, no problem. Thumbs up. I thought the 2 years applied to everybody. It doesn't. So totally in support of your motion, Councillor Matlow.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Matlow, you want to move that item?
I would be delighted to.
Okay, I know you spoke to it already. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's unanimous. Thank you. We'll now go to item T29.4, 2004 to 2008 Bathurst Street Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment. There is one deputant on this item, Joy Kwong, Joie Kwong. There we go. 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Joey Kwong. I'm a senior planner at Bousfields, and we are the planning consultants for this file. We just want to thank city staff for all of their collaboration and work throughout the process over the past few years. We have reviewed the staff reports and recommendations, including the recommended approval of the draft official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, and we are supportive of those recommendations. So just thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow.
I'm going to move this to council without recommendation. I've recently heard from over 20 residents on the adjacent streets who want to be part of a conversation, so I want to create the space to be able to do that over the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, we're going to refer this to council with the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.5, 2004, 2006, and 2008 Bathurst Street Rental Housing Demolition Application. Councillor Matlow.
Ditto.
Anybody want to speak to this item? Seeing none. Refer this
to council without recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.6, 509 Parliament Street, zoning bylaw amendment application. I I see there are two speakers on this item, Harry Black and Sean McGaffey. Are they here? Yeah, you spoke to this item before, but you not? Okay.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of Community Council. I think this is the, are we discussing 29.7? This is the heritage item, I think, with myself and Harry on it.
Yeah, 29.6. I will say to you, though, that I may have to defer this again.
Okay, just because I think on 29.6, there are other speakers than myself and
There's,
Take them in the order that they appear.
sorry, you know what? I'm looking at the wrong list. Sorry. Gilles Hout.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at the wrong item. I have two lists on my desk here. Gilles, Hout. Naomi Mars. And Sean McGaffey, is that you? The two of you? Are you also with Naomi? Actually, you're here twice, Naomi Mars.
I believe that was from the item when it was at the January TEYCC. I registered and then again at this one.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. McGaffey is going to be sharing a presentation on the screen for me. Oh, great. You're already doing that. Okay. So good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Naomi Maris. I'm a solicitor with Airden Brillis LLP. I'm here on behalf of the owner and the applicant for 509 Parliament Street. I'm here to convey our support of the conclusions and recommendations of city staff, as well as Toronto Preservation Board in relation to both this item and related item 29.7. As you may recall, this item came before you at the January TEYCC and was deferred at that meeting. We have a brief presentation that I did review at the January meeting, but I do think it's important to review just some of the major points again. So that's being shared on the screen. I won't spend too much time on it. I won't go through each slide. Slide 3, starting with an aerial view of the site and the surrounding area. The site is located on the east side of Parliament Street, just north of Carleton. Slide 12, skipping ahead a fair bit. I won't spend too much time on the policy context as it's clearly laid out in the staff report, but I will note that the site is located within mixed use areas 3 of the downtown secondary plan, where development is expected to be generally in a mid-rise form, like the development before you today. You will also see on the next slide, slide 13, that the development reflects the built form contemplated in the 2024 mid-rise building design guidelines with successive stepbacks and setbacks from adjacent neighborhoods for a sensitive transition. Moving to slide 15, the proposal is for a 10-story, 60-unit building with retail at grade along Parliament Street. The owner is providing a laneway widening for broadcast lane at the rear in response to a request from city staff. The site plan on slide 17 gives you a sense of the step design of the building along both Parliament Street to the west, broadcast lane to the east. And then slide 19, the front elevation has been sensitively designed to highlight the retention of the principal elevation of the heritage building on the site, the former Carleton Theatre stepping back above the first floor to reinforce its prominence, contribute to the continuous street wall along Parliament Street. It is our understanding that this item was deferred in January to consider revisions to the solid waste management strategy. This was a surprise to the applicant, given that the Solid Waste Management Services staff had signed off on the proposed waste management plan and communicated this approval in the final report. Furthermore, the waste management strategy meets the city's requirements. It's been reviewed and approved by city staff. Nonetheless, after the January TEYCC meeting, the owner and their consultants took an opportunity over the past month to review the strategy, as well as reach out to the councillor's office, and the applicant has confirmed that this strategy meets the city's requirements and is appropriate. So at this point, it's our understanding that the waste management strategy has been fully resolved from the zoning stage to staff satisfaction, and to continue to hold up the approval of this project and would prevent the approval of 60 units with no studio units, sensitive, well-designed mid-rise building with adequate step backs and setbacks, appropriate transition to surrounding area, and a comprehensive conservation strategy honoring the former theater on the site. This is the type of development being encouraged by all levels of government in order to address the housing shortage in the city. And that's reflected in the positive staff reports on both the heritage permit and the zoning bylaw amendment application. In conclusion, we wanted to thank staff for their cooperation and reiterate our support for staff's recommendations as well as Toronto Preservation Board's. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. That's your presentation. So I may have a few questions. So the proposal as it is now is to actually, how many garbage cans would you have in front on Parliament Street on garbage day?
Approximately, if we do twice a week pickup, which is what the owner is exploring at this point, it would be approximately 6 bins for the non-res component and 7 to 9 for the res component, and the res component would qualify for the city's curbside collection.
So how many bins would that be all at once?
Oh, pardon me, 3 non-res, so that would be between 10 and 12.
And with the recent snowfall, I'm assuming you've been to Parliament Street.
I have.
You see how narrow the sidewalk is and how busy it is of a community. So with the recent snowfall we've had the last few weeks, including last night, I'm not quite sure if you've been on Parliament Street in the last 24 hours. I actually live on that street, and that's my route to and from work. Have you seen how narrow, even more narrow the sidewalk is?
I have, and I've seen, throughout the city as well, but and on Parliament Street specifically. We have prepared a plan that went before staff and was part of staff's approval of the waste management strategy, and with a twice a week pickup, the staging area ensures a 2.1 meter sidewalk clearway.
So again, one of the recommendations or suggestions that was made to the applicant was that a bump out be created to accommodate the bins, the garbage bins you were just referring to. And what was the response to the applicant to my request?
The response
via the community.
Certainly, the response was that my client is open to exploring that. However, considering at no cost to the city would be difficult and prejudicial to the project moving forward. As well, our client also raised the notion of a bump out or a boulevard widening that was discussed between staff and my client during the application process, and staff had confirmed that they did not want to pursue that because they wanted to undertake an avenue study along Parliament in a comprehensive way.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Cowan, are you here? Online? Jennifer? Unmute, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can. 5 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone for hearing me on this regarding. A lot of things have been already covered, but I would just like to address a couple of my concerns. We talked about the garbage now, which was a huge concern, but mostly I'm really disappointed by the overwhelming scope of this project. And I think at 10 stories, it is too high. I want to cite 2 other properties that are in the neighborhood that have much larger footprints, which are smaller buildings. The Georgian condos at 227 Gerrard Street East is only 7 stories. That is not overwhelming a very well-used shopping main street. So that one at 7 stories is actually a good addition to the neighborhood. Additionally, at 794 Gerrard Street East at Logan, there is the Loft House condos. Both of these coincidentally built over beer stores, former beer stores. That's 6 stories with 58 units. As well, that does not overwhelm the neighborhood. And in both of those cases, they are on portions of Gerrard Street that are not as used as as the area of Parliament Street where this building is being planned for development. The other thing is, it's all well and good to say you're going to respect the facade of the building and the historic nature of the theater. But right now, there's a dance theater in there that adds to the community. I think it's incredibly disappointing that there hasn't been anything put forward with regards to keeping a theater space, an active theater space, alive within the community to keep the vibrant community life in the way that the Crow's Nest was integrated into the streetcar development project at the corner of Carlaw and Dundas. So my big complaint is I'm not against this building. I'm against the scope of this building. And with regards to what you were talking about with the building at Queen Street East and Kingston Road, I would also say that I'm really hoping that permit parking will not be allowed because permit parking is already at a premium. I don't know the status of that, so I can't speak to it. But those are my thoughts, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. No questions to the deputant. Thank you. So, again, my questions to the applicant, not only today, but at the previous meeting we had, was around the garbage. It's a big issue for the community. I mean, there are many issues that the community is concerned about, and Jennifer Cowan mentioned that, but that's out of scope for me as a councillor when it comes to these sort of things. But what I am concerned about is the garbage and the safety of those who use the sidewalks. There are many schools in the area. If you go to Parliament on any given day, there's a lot of strollers, a lot of children running around. And having X amount of garbage bins twice a day on a very narrow sidewalk is very concerning to me. One of the suggestions the applicant made was that, well, we could use community benefits charges to pay for the bump out. And to me, I was actually quite offended by that. But nonetheless, I did speak to City Legal about it. And City Legal did advise me that that would be an inappropriate use of community benefits. I also spoke to planning staff, and they too agree that using CBC for bump out is inappropriate. So it's just not my personal opinion, but it's also the advice given by the professionals that I work with in the city. So for that reason, I feel that this particular issue has not been resolved. And for that, I will defer it again to the next TYCC until I find we have a reasonable and satisfactory solution to this really real and important problem if it proceeds as is. So I'm going to defer this again. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item is T29.7. It's also relatable to this previous item. 509 Parliament Street, Carlton Street Theatre, alterations to demolition of heritage attributes of designated heritage property under section 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. So I'm going to also defer this item as well to the next TYCC. Sorry. I see that there are two speakers in this item. They could wait until next meeting, or they could speak to this now. Harry Black and Sean McGaffey, are you here? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T29.8, 56 to 60 Yonge Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. There are speakers in this item. Number 8. Tom Gayankos. Five minutes, Tom.
Sorry, good morning, councillors. I just want to thank Derek Waltho, excuse me, Derek Waltho and planning staff for all their work on this file, and I'm here to answer any questions, and we do support the recommendations of staff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Short and sweet, just the way I like it. Anyone else? Seeing none. I'm going to move staff's recs on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.9, 56 Yonge Street, alterations to designated heritage property under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act and authority to amend a heritage easement agreement. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to move staff's recs on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.10, zoning bylaw amendment application for garden suites on Park Mount Road facing Craven Road. Final report. There are speakers on this item. Number 10. Allison Humphrey, are you here? Okay, 5 minutes. Is Claudia, is that you, Claudia? Moral support. Oh, okay, moral support. We all need that sometime. Just make sure the green light's on.
Thank you. Is
There we
my
go.
screen showing? There it
Not
is.
yet. Staff is working on it in the back. Here it is. Go ahead, 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Allison Humphrey, and I'm the author of a history of this unique street, which you can read on a website called On Craven Road. I'm here to support both garden suites on the street and the city planners and Councillor Fletcher's careful evidence-based solution to a 110-year-old problem. The extremely narrow width of Craven Road, formerly known as Erie Terrace, has been causing trouble for over a century. This is an article from the Toronto Star in 1913. It says, "City Hall officials groan whenever they hear the name." So I hope that after today, that will no longer be the case. The street was called vexatious, a menace, a blot, and a detestation of the neighborhood to be expurgated by the widening process. These are 3 photos of the street in 1916 when it was between 4 and 6 meters wide. Here you can see 2-story structure built right to the edge of the street in the backyard of the through lot on the west side of the street, and another again right on the rear lot line of the through lot on the west side. Those photos were taken when, after years of discussion, the City of Toronto finally resolved to widen the road. The solution was for the city to buy a strip of land off the backyards of the through lots on the west side of the street in order to widen it from 6 to 10 meters wide. However, this solution only applied to Craven Road south of the railway tracks, even though the section north of the tracks was equally narrow. The cost was paid 40% by the city, 60% as a levy on the properties on the east side of the street. Adjusted for inflation, the cost of this widening works out to nearly $1 million today. What that means is, 110 years ago, the City of Toronto spent the equivalent of $962,500 to fix a problem south of the railway tracks, and it did not fix the same problem north of the tracks, which is the section that we're talking about today. So this is the street cross-section from the city planner's report that we're considering today, so showing that Craven North's right-of-way width is, to this day, just 6.1 meters, with a road width of just 5 meters. To put that in context, Toronto's road classification criteria gives a typical right-of-way width for different types of roads, and the smallest, local roads, have a typical width of between 15 and 22 meters. So here we see the maximum 22 and the minimum 15 of a typical local road in Toronto. 10 meters is the width of the widened stretch of Craven south of the train tracks. And here is the northern section of Craven at the bottom. At 6 meters, it is less than half the width of the narrowest typical local road in the city. In addition to its extreme narrowness, Craven has one other highly unique characteristic in that all the lots on its west side are double frontage lots, also known as through lots. The lots under consideration today front not only on Parkmount Road, where their main houses face, but also on Craven Road. That means that garden suites built in their backyards will effectively also be homes that front on an official city street, not a laneway. I like this image of the two-headed animal known as the push-me-pull-you from the movie Dr. Dolittle as a way to think about how a through lot functions facing in two different directions on two different streets. The city planner's report created this graphic showing how the existing bylaw would require garden suites to be set back only 1.5 meters from the edge of the street. There is no sidewalk on the west side of Craven and no grassy boulevard, unlike on the Parkmount side of those lots. Today's new proposal would require a garden suite to include some minimum windows or doors, to include some minimum soft landscaping, and most importantly, to be set back an extra meter. This recommendation is in line with guidelines for townhouses in Toronto, giving a minimum facing distance of 11 meters between houses on either side of the street. It would also be considered to take into consideration that most streets have a sidewalk, which gives pedestrians a minimum clear way in front of a building so that people walking out the door are not immediately stepping into traffic. So most importantly of all, when families move into these garden suites, this extra setback will give their children a decent span of green space between their front door and the 30-kilometer-an-hour traffic zipping up Craven Road. In conclusion, I'm grateful that the city planner's excellent proposal addresses a 110-year-old problem with the narrowness of Craven Road and improves quality of life for future neighbors living on the west side of this unique street. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Great presentation. Claudia Inishanaslin. There we go. The staff is coming to help you. There we go. If you just place the item on the screen, it should pop up automatically. There, it's coming. There we go.
Members of the Community Council, thank you for giving Craven Road residents the floor again. I want to say thank you to Paula Fletcher and her team and the planning department, Jason Thorne. In the last 6 months, a small group of residents from Parkmount Road and Craven Road met to discuss the issue at hand. As you've all heard, it was a very contentious issue. Parkmount felt that they were left out in the discussions, and I think we've mended some bridges. Residents are talking, and we've come to agreement that there are a myriad of problems facing this very unique street in Toronto. Jason Thorne did an amazing presentation for the public a couple of weeks ago, and I just want to go over some of the main points. Most through lots back onto a normal-sized street. As my colleague here said, Craven used to be a laneway and is unusually narrow. And the current proposed setback of 2.6 meters was calculated using an average of the setbacks of the home on Craven Road, excluding the townhouses on the north end of Craven. And it would create the citywide desired opening to opening and building separation distance of 11 meters required for townhouses and low-rise buildings. The planners went out and they measured the lot lines on Parkmount Road and realized it was unique. There are no setbacks. There's no sidewalk or boulevard. The lot lines on the west side of Parkmount are generally right at the curb of Craven Road. So any setback measurements starts right at Craven Road, unlike other roads where there's a sidewalk and a bit of public property. Because garden suites on Parkmount Road through lot can now be accessed from Craven Road, they don't require the usual side yard setbacks off of Parkmount for emergency access. So this proposition means that many of the properties on Parkmount Road that wouldn't have been able to have garden suites would now be able to do so. If residents, one of the questions we asked is, what about as of right? You just put them one by one. as I speak, sorry. We're just going to show you a little bit of our streetscape. We ask, what about the existing garages that exist on Parkmount? Can they build as of right? And it was clarified that 50% of the existing walls of the garages need to be used to build the garden suites, and none of the existing garages right now are strong enough to hold a garden suite. So that was eye-opening for us, because we were concerned that they would just plop garden suites on the current garages, as you see one there, but the walls are not strong enough to hold a garden suite. So that was clarified in our discussions, and everyone knows that now. And an advantage is that because they face the city street, garden suites on Parkmount Road through lots can provide on-site parking, which is normally not possible for a garden suite. So there's an advantage. And it was the biggest issue that came up in our discussions was the hydro lines. Hydro has a rule that you cannot build any hydro wires require a 5-meter swing distance for transformers, a 5-meter swing distance for overhead conductors, and a 1-meter horizontal clearance from a pole. So the documents that Jason Thorne submitted on this line item, there's slides there that explains this. So even though there's an approval going through for 2.6 meters setback with a possible amendment, the hydro wires actually will dictate how far back that the garden suites have to be built. One thing that was kicked down the road, and we brought this up in the public meeting, is garbage collection does need to occur from the Parkmount side, but if you have a semi-detached home where there's no space to take your garbage cans around, I doubt people are going to be walking down Craven, down Mount Joy, and around to Parkmount. So waste management strategy was discussed earlier.
Your final thoughts, please. Sorry.
Yeah, we're very narrow, parking and trees, but that's all I have to say. I'll take questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant?
Okay.
No questions? Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Fletcher, this is your item.
Thanks. I'll just ask a few questions of staff, Chair. Just, there has been a study that's been appended that you undertook over the last 5 months. Is that correct? Sorry.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And during this study, one of the things that we determined was because they're through lots, if you want a garden suite, you can always build it because there's an entrance from a city street here, rather than typical garden suite, which if you don't have a full meter between the houses, you're not able to have a garden suite at your home because of the fire code. Could you just elaborate on that?
Sure. Through the chair, the study confirmed that there are some advantages to constructing garden suites on through lots, especially related to access, and one of those is fire access. So in some cases, for example, some of the existing homes on Parkmount Road are built too close to their side lot lines to enable that required 1-meter path for fire department travel to go from the public street all the way back to the garden suite for firefighting. And then the other access advantage was, as one of the deputants also pointed out, with respect to main pedestrian access, that whoever is going to live in the garden suite does not need to either pass through the main house or alongside the main house through the backyard to access the garden suite, that they can take their own access off of the other street that the through lot backs onto.
And we wouldn't have known that without the study, but without the, that this would apply to any through lot that faces a city street.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Because the other through lots, garden suites, typically they're facing somebody's yard, not a city street.
Yes, so in a city of about 500,000 properties, less than 1% are through lots. So it is unique.
There's a public realm piece here that you've wanted to incorporate, or the study references, because it does face a city street. So I would think that, as usual, the city is very interested in the public realm aspect of a city street. But I would like to, is there any public realm consideration? There isn't any public realm consideration given to a typical garden street suite in the 99% of situation where you could have those on a lot.
Yes, that's correct, because typically garden suites are found in someone's rear yard backing onto an adjacent rear yard of another residential property. So there are no.
There's no role for public realm there because it's all private property.
That's right. Typically, you wouldn't be able to see the garden suite from the public street.
But this, because it is a public street, there is a role for public realm to establish a relationship to the street, just like we were talking about earlier on Queen Street and that relationship to the street.
Yes, we would agree with that.
So you've made recommendations earlier. We had a public meeting, then we struck a working group, and then we had another public meeting. And while your recommendations can't change, I have made some recommendations here in order to ensure our goal, which is to be able to build garden suites on Parkmount, but take into account that they face a city street, correct?
Yes, so staff's recommendations had specific requirements around some design elements for the rear wall of the garden suite, which actually is de facto the front main wall that when you're looking at it from Craven. And that's around some landscaped open space, as well as some additional landscape open space, as well as minimum required openings for that rear wall, as well as an increased setback. And we believe that will help sort of integrate those garden suites in this unique context to the public realm on Craven.
Because it requires a public realm. Yes,
Yeah.
it requires public realm.
Yes.
So that side, and I know we got a great presentation there about Craven, such an interesting street. It was vexation and everything else because it was called Shacktown. I'll go into that later. But on the setback was based on what the typical setback was on average setback on the east side of Craven, which has houses, which was 2.6, correct? 2.6 meters?
Yes,
And
that's
you've
correct.
mirrored that in your recommendation for the west side of Craven, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And it also aligns.
And then, yes, okay, and then when you add the 1.5 sidewalk, you actually have a setback from the road of 4.1 meters on the east side of Craven, because there is no sidewalk on the west.
It's your last question, Councilor Fletcher.
That's correct. There is no sidewalk on the west side.
So you're just confirming, sorry, Chair, I'm going to confirm this. That is 4.1 when you add in the sidewalk and 2.6 on the west side being suggested, correct?
Sorry, Councillor. What's
Overall,
the 4.1?
1.5 sidewalk, 2.6 average for an average of 4.1 on the east side.
That's correct.
There is no sidewalk, so it's just 2.6.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you so much, Chair.
No worries. Councilor Fletcher, this is your item. What do you want to do with it?
Thank you so much, Chair. I have as I said, that's a study, so I'm going to amend the staff report. My motions are there in order to make it fair and easy for Parkmount. This has been presented, and I think my motion is there.
Yeah, it's been
Get
displayed
it
there.
up there.
Yep.
There it is there. So we'll move the setback from the street to 2.5 meters, and it will move the separation distance between the main road, the main house and the garden suite from 7.5 to 6 meters. So that's very generous in order to maintain a street condition. And I think from all we're hearing today from residents, how things face the street and their relationship to the street's very important. I know when we started this was a difficult thing, and I do want to thank everybody for their patience and their thoughtfulness. And out of the gun, I did say, okay, you can't build anything. That wasn't right. Of course, you can build something. And we spent quite a while making sure what you can build. As I've now noted that because these do face a city street and these are 55 lots, there are other streets that have all through lots. And then there's other streets that other properties that just have a through lot onto a public street. So I think this is a very good learning, and staff are going to be able to use the results of our study to assist them in other ways. In particular, the fact that you can build a garden suite on a through lot to a city street where you might not be able to build your garden suite if you didn't have a city street. So many of our houses in the city of Toronto have a very narrow side separation, often not 1 meter. And so the fact that you face a city street gives you permissions that you wouldn't normally have, which I'm very happy to find that out. So all 55 lots do. The other thing really is for garden suites and for the planning department that there does have to be a relationship to a city street. We have had a conversation earlier about Queen Street East. We're going to have another one at council. Many conversations. What does that look like on Broadview? How does that development face the street? The fact that when you face a city street, there are considerations that need to be taken into consideration has now been recognized. And I just want to thank Carola. I want to thank Jordan. They've done a great job. I want to thank Jason Thorne, who was also involved here because this had become quite a big issue, that this would set a precedent. We'd change zoning everywhere. No, there's less than 0.1% of the lots are gardens, are through lots in the city. Most of them have a buffer. They don't face a city street necessarily. They're facing a 1 meter buffer. And so the ones that do face a city street, we have some very interesting information that we found out, which I think staff will be very happy to have. So with that, I'm going to move my motions, Mr. Chair, thanking everybody, the community, the Parkmount people, the Craven people, city staff, and I'll also thank you all for the support for the study, which is very instructive, and for these amendments to the zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Okay,
I'll
thank
take any
you.
questions.
Thank you. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed, carried as amended. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. T 29.11, 115 Shalter Street, South Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application. We have speakers on here. Annette Benedette. Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Anne Benedetti from Goodman's LLP. We represent the applicant, 115 Salter Street, and that's an entity that's managed by Castle Point Numa, and I'm here with representatives of the Castle Point team. I'd like to thank staff for their hard work and collaboration in advancing these applications to Community Council with a report recommending approval, and we support the recommendations. In this regard, Castle's taken a thoughtful and collaborative approach to the proposed applications, working with staff and cognizant of the existing and emerging vision for the city's waterfront, the Portlands, and the McCleary District. The applications propose to revitalize lands in a regeneration area in the central waterfront with a development that will provide much needed housing within a proposed protected major transit station area, while supporting the unique vision for the Portlands and the McCleary Precinct by providing production, interactive, and creative non-residential uses and affordable housing. I'd like to note that our client has worked cooperatively with many stakeholders in the Portlands through the application process, including Atura Power, the Portlands Energy Center, and we appreciate the work with staff, which added some language to one of the H provisions that is found in the zoning bylaw to address the matters noted in the Atura Power letter. Our client has also engaged with Ports Toronto on matters related to the proximity to the island airport. The proposed development is well below the maximum height set out in the airport's flight procedures, with clearance that easily accommodates both the buildings and construction cranes. Further, our clients have been meeting and providing information to Ports Toronto, including a meeting with Ports Toronto, NAV Canada, and city staff that occurred as recently as last week. We have appreciated city staff's thoughtful work on all facets of this project, including this matter, and we understand that staff are satisfied that the 115 Salter proposal is appropriate and that no further changes, recommendations, or matters are required, and continue to recommend approval. I'm here with the assistance of the Castle Point team to answer any questions you may have, and if there's any more information necessary on any of these topics, I'm happy to provide it.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you about the impact of the Portlands Energy Center at being the biggest polluter for everybody, every member of this community council, as a matter of fact.
Sorry.
We finished with that now, Chair?
Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
Being the biggest polluter citywide, not just for members of this community council, but for all city councilors. And that airshed with the NOx is quite significant. So I don't think that you actually have the ability to build anything at the moment. Is that not true?
So very
Anything
much.
above certain height?
So appreciate the question, and definitely this is something that we're aware of. Our technical reviews have been peer reviewed, and it has been noted. We're aware of it, and what we have is an H, so you're absolutely right, Councillor. We have to lift the H before we can build, and before we can, of course, address the issues to deal with the air quality impacts of the Portlands Energy Center. And what we've included, as you'll note in the H, thanks to help from staff, is some language that's specific to exactly those impacts you're speaking about. So if there is a need to have a lack of balconies and or related mitigation, we actually put that right into the H. But of course, as you've noted, that'll be determined through further studies that are necessary to lift that H.
Did you put the H in or staff required the H?
Staff put the H in, and then further
so
to the...
they put the H in. You didn't put the H in. They put the H in. Let's be clear.
The H was included by staff, and we worked with them to address the letter, as you've noted.
But an H, once it goes in, you have to meet that requirement. So it's not your H, it's the city's H, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And the H, there is a problem with balconies, with open windows on any facing of the Portlands Energy Center because of the level of nitrous oxide that's in there. What are the current levels? Are you aware?
The exact levels, Madam Chair, I could pull the reports. The reports have been peer reviewed. As you know, these impacts occur higher up on buildings, further to the fact that the way in which the air quality impacts are felt at the buildings. So it will depend.
Just sorry, my question, not to interrupt you, but what is the level of NOx that exists at your building currently? And why you have to have an H?
Currently, Madam Chair, there's no building. We have what exists on site
your
is not impacted.
Your application, the level that is in the neighborhood of your application.
The level that's in the neighborhood of the application would only impact the development above a certain height. Right now, we're not proposing to build this building, which is why we have the H, of course.
I totally understand that. I'm trying to understand if you understand the level of pollution that currently exists there, which is requiring an H to be able to build this. That's all. Pretty simple. Or do you not know it?
We absolutely know it. It was studied by our WDI and then peer reviewed by the city. I don't have it in front of me, Madam Chair. I can perhaps ask if our technical team does, and I'll get back to you in a couple of minutes, if that's helpful.
Yeah, or I can ask I can also ask city staff because I'm pretty sure they know. So thank you very much. So this is dependent on an H being lifted because of the degree of pollution, not only for this neighborhood, but for the entire city of Toronto currently from the Portlands Energy Center, which is now running 24/7. Okay, I got it. Thanks so much.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Atul Sharma from the Toronto Ports Authority. Also here with Will Ramjas from the Toronto Ports Authority. Hopefully you could do a joint deputation. That way we could save some time here.
They do have a right to 5 minutes each.
I do understand that,
Chair.
Councillor Fletcher.
So please be respectful.
I am being respectful. Go ahead.
Are we on? We good? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are here on behalf of the Toronto Port Authority. To my left is Will Ramjaz, who's the Senior Vice President of Real Estate as well as Chief Legal Officer. And to my right is Warren Askew, who's the Vice President of Airport. And I'm the Senior Director of Government and Stakeholder Relations. We have put forward a written submission, but we did want to also have a chance to answer any questions that you might have. And we have a few comments in advance of that, if I could read them into the record. So,
Go ahead, sure.
thank you. So Toronto Port Authority is the owner and operator of Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. It has the statutory responsibility to protect the airport's operational safety, including aircraft approach and departure surfaces, and associated navigational requirements. The Toronto Port Authority has undertaken review of the proposed development at 115 Salter Street South. Based on the information submitted to date, we have identified concerns with the proposal as currently designed and presented in our letter to the city, which is dated June 15th, 2025. In that letter, we raised concerns regarding the use of cranes that may exceed the height limits associated with the approach and departure services servicing Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. While the proposed building heights themselves are below the protected aviation surfaces, the cranes required to construct the towers of 47 and 51 stories will extend significantly higher than the finished buildings. It is those crane heights and not the building heights that we are concerned about, and they create the potential to interfere with protected aviation services and instrument flight procedures. These concerns are also reinforced by NAV Canada's correspondence, which was dated July 11th, 2025, which identified similar objections. The staff report recommends approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. However, it does not take into account airport and aviation impacts and does not reference the objections raised by NAV Canada and the Toronto Port Authority. The real issue is around sequencing, as there are crane permits that would be required in the future for any changes that are made. The city is not required to submit those permits to the Toronto Port Authority. They are submitted to NAV Canada. However, by the time they receive those permits, the crane has already been selected and incorporated into the construction schedule. At that point, if any aviation impacts are identified, changing the crane height or configuration can be difficult, costly, and very disruptive. This situation can be avoidable if the sequencing is addressed in advance and that the Toronto Port Authority is brought into the conversation earlier. If council proceeds with the approval, we respectfully request that the holding provision not be lifted until the Toronto Port Authority and NAV Canada have confirmed that there are no outstanding aviation-related concerns regarding crane heights and construction methodology, and that any required agreements or clearances have been secured. Addressing this through the holding provision ensures that aviation safety is resolved before construction commitments are finalized. We remain committed to working collaboratively with the city and the applicant to ensure that the project can proceed in a manner that maintains safe and reliable operation of Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputants?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
These heights are, let's say the tallest one is proposed at 51 stories. What's the height that your crane can tolerate? How many stories? Existing without any issues.
Yeah, we would have to take a look at the configuration of the crane itself, because there are many different types of cranes that could be utilized, and so it would depend on the particular type that was there or being proposed.
So what is the height that, here's 51 stories, you're saying that's 51 stories, but in order to build it, they would have to go up much higher? And what's the tolerance for height for cranes from the Port Authority? Number of meters.
Yeah, cranes typically can go from 10 to 30 meters on top of a building. So again, it would depend on sort of what it is being proposed. Our requirement or suggestion is that as those issues are being discussed, that the cranes be brought into consideration and that we be brought into the process.
I'm just asking for your number. I'm asking for your number. There's a number we have. What's your number in general that we can have no height limit beyond X number of meters? Which one is it? What is
Councilor Fletcher, I don't think he has that information. You may need to ask staff those questions.
Yeah, and we could certainly go back and provide you with that information in more detail.
Have you provided that to staff?
I believe there have been discussions with staff regarding that, yes.
But have you provided that actual number or information to them?
Do we know? Yeah, I believe that has been provided, but again, we'll confirm that.
I'll ask them that. I'm just, that's fine. Thank you. I'll ask staff those questions too, and then we'll get this sorted out. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you. Those are all your questions for today. So Will Jamjas, were you all together? You're all good? Okay, excellent. Councilor Fletcher, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll just ask a couple of questions to staff. Just following up on that, the Port Authority has indicated that they're concerned that in order to construct that 51 stories, that there will be a crane height that will be unacceptable to the flight path. What is that height that they've told you that is acceptable to the crane path, to the flight path?
Through the chair, in our discussions with the Toronto Port Authority and NAV Canada, we understood that there was a 272 meter above sea level limit. So adjusting for the 77 meter elevation of the site, that puts a building at approximately 194 meters, which the margin of difference between that and the building that is proposed is approximately 17 meters.
17 meters over the flight path requirement.
No, you could accommodate a 17 meter tall crane on the top of the building without penetrating the flight path.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's very clear. And then the number of units, it looks like the number of stories is 98. What's the number of affordable units that's being proposed by the developer? And remind me, the developer is, sorry, don't have it right in front of me.
Is Castle Point Numa?
Oh, Castle Point Newman. Oh, okay,
yes.
Fine, thank
and
you.
The affordable...
And what's the number of, total number of units and total number of affordable?
The total number of units is 1,030 approximately. The recommendation in the report outlines an affordable housing contribution, which will be some option of either 6.5% of the units provided at a 99-year affordability horizon, or alternatively 10% of the total residential GFA for 25 years, which is...
Well, how many units?
Approximately between 60 and 100, depending on which iteration.
So just tell me, for 6.5 for forever, is that 60 units?
It would be 65 approximately. I'm sorry, I don't have those numbers exact. We're rounding.
65, approximately 65 units for 1,000 in a brand new area. And does the city have a goal for housing? This is McCleary, correct?
Was the question, is this McCleary District?
Correct.
Yeah, yes, it is.
And do we have a goal for affordable in McCleary District overall? What is it?
Through the chair. For the McCleary District, for the private sites, we're looking to secure consistently across the 4 private sites 6.5%, as my colleague pointed out to. For the remainder of the sites, the public sites, based on the policies in front of us, we're looking to secure a 20 to 30% affordable housing outlay, and that's consistent with Toronto builds.
So, sorry, just remind me, that 6.5% was a council-approved number? Or
The
staff?
6.5% is a policy baseline, right? So if we have 10.5%.
No, sorry, I'm just back to, is that a council policy baseline that you reminded me about?
Through the chair, the 6.5% is a consistent approach that we have taken with private landowners to meet policy requirements. Councillor, you may be thinking of the broader Central Waterfront Secondary Plan goal, which has an overall objective of affordable rental housing and low end of market housing.
No, I'm not. I know that one quite well. I'm trying to figure out where you got your authority for 6.5%. And perhaps you could have that sent to council, that's the council approved policy for 6.5, or is that staff goal? Which one?
I can jump in. I'm Christine Ono from City Planning Housing Policy. As Carly mentioned, 6.5% for 99 years is consistent with what we've achieved on other private sites in McCleary District. And it comes from council direction to pursue 99-year affordability terms. And so looking at, instead of a 10% of units for 25 years.
I hear you. I understand that part. I think everybody knows where I'm going here. So
the last question, please.
6.5% is your 99 years is the goal that we gave you, and 6.5% is the number that you've come up with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are your last questions. Speakers on the item. Are you speaking on the item, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I'm happy to. I'm very interested to hear. I'm focused. I'm going to let you all know that the pollution that coming from Portland's Energy Center that requires an H on these developments. When we look at the airshed, first of all, I'm going to move this without recommendation to council, Mr. Chair. I have that motion.
Yeah, thank you.
And put everybody on notice that I'm going to be asking staff there to show everybody what the airshed looks like around this site, going out from here, and what the NOx is looking like for the whole city, because it is the biggest point source of pollution, air pollution for all of Toronto. And every single building in the Portlands now has this issue of dealing with it, including no balconies, no open windows, etc. And that's why the H is there for this period of time. So it's, I don't know how wide that's going to go, but it could go in quite widely. The other thing is just around the affordable housing, and I'm very happy that I heard that answer. So we asked for 99 years, and that's been now translated into 6.5% because that's what the developers, I guess, will give us, which I will point out, for 1,000 units, having 60 of them affordable. That is in a brand new district on the waterfront. That really isn't a goal that I think anybody could really support, except, of course, the developer who's trying to build something there. And our rush to development that no matter what you build, it's great. You know, we have those groups like More Neighbors and others that have just said, build anything. We don't care about affordable. But I think everybody knows that my passion for affordable housing, my requirements for affordable housing. So while we have a 20 to 30% requirement on the new lands that have been developed and servicing created in order to put these developments in, I just don't think that's really enough of a affordable housing contribution. I've said that before and I'll say it again. So it's always disappointing, and we put ourselves into this straitjacket with these private developers who are actually moving ahead of the secondary plan here, which is another issue that we can deal with at another time. So this is going without recommendation. We'll deal with the crane issue and the H and everything else. And again, look at some of those affordable housing quotients. I'll just remind staff that I want to know the cost of the every single level of government put money in, $300 million each, in order to create the infrastructure that would allow housing. We don't have development charges anymore, but that is all the sewers, all the roads, none of that existed. Not one existed for capacity for development. And to only get a 6.5% affordable housing is a fail, in my opinion. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my remarks today.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move this item, defer to council without recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So let's just take a time check here. It's 12:15. We know that Councillor Bradford and Councillor Matlow will not be here after lunch. And can we just have, let me know who's going to be here after lunch, because we may have quorum issues, that these items taking way longer than I anticipated. So who's going to be here after lunch? Or should we just go through without lunch? Because now it's an issue. Okay, so Councillor Bravo, Councillor Fletcher.
Mr. Chair, I think that if two members have to be absent after lunch, we should try to finish the agenda because it leaves the rest of us tied up. We also have commitments.
Yes, so do I. I have meetings as well. Anyone have meetings at lunchtime, or we can go through?
How many speakers are left, Chair?
Catherine's taking a look at this. Okay, so let's just plow through and go through.
Sorry, I have a question about that. How
Okay,
many
the
speakers are
clerk
left?
is looking into it. Give me a second. 15.
15 speakers
Yes.
times 5. That's an hour and a half plus conversation. So it's 2 hours on top.
I'm hoping that everyone speaks and not everyone takes their 5 minutes. That's my hope. But do we want to go through, or do we want to take lunch?
Maybe we could take a half hour instead of a whole hour.
You know what? Let's just go through. If you need to take lunch for 10 minutes, coordinate who's here, who's not for quorum issues, so we can get through this.
That's great. Mr. Chair, I think that speakers have a right to 5 minutes. Councilors
I
have a right
understand,
to ask
Councillor
questions.
Fletcher. I do
And I
understand
don't
that.
wish them to be told, hurry up. Or,
I'm not asking
no.
anyone to hurry up.
Thank
I'm
you.
just saying that,
Well, I'm just letting you know that would be
I
bad.
understand
Thank
that.
you.
I've been doing this for a number of years now.
So have I.
Anyways, can I have a motion to extend, to complete the agenda? Councillor Matlow, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. We did 2911. Next item is T 29.13, 29 to 45 Berwick Avenue, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. We have one speaker on the item, Richard McFarlane. Are you here?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
May I have a technician, please, for the overhead projector? Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, you need the...
Old school. Is it like that?
Yep, it'll come up in 2 seconds. Then, so if you need, for any reason, to zoom in or out on anything, it's this button here.
Oh, I see. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, 5 minutes.
If I may indulge, Mr. Chair, I just have a 30-second shout out for Dr. Carolyn Bennett. Apropos to Josh Matlow's renaming.
Can you sit and make sure the mic is on so everyone can hear you online? And that 30 seconds is probably your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Long time ago, we had Mayfair. It's a lovely picture of Dr. Carolyn Bennett, myself, and Councillor Matlow at Oriole Park Junior Public School. That's the kind of advocacy that I've come to know with my councillor and Dr. Bennett. Thank you very much. I just wanted to give a shout out like that because It's very appropriate for today. We were cleaning the belt line, courtesy of Josh Matlow. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Chris Moyse, and Toronto and East York Community Council members. Thank you very much for accepting my statement and scheduling my remarks today. I'm Richard McFarlane. Although I downsized in 2013 from a home in College View Avenue across from Oriole Park Junior Public School, the neighborhood and the community has always stayed strong. I have always loved Chaplin and Oriole Park. I moved to Winford Concord in 2013, but I'm still a special advisor to the Oriole Park Ratepayers Association. First, I want to thank you, Councillor Matlow, for your dedication and advocacy over many years. We've been working on planning and development issues, I think, forever. There's so many meetings that we've worked together on. 13 years ago to this day, February 19, 2013, Councillor Matlow hosted a consultation meeting with officials from Free Developments regarding the art shop. Tim Burkholder, Senior Planner, City of Toronto, stated, "Some sites are not appropriate for tall buildings. Just because you're near a transit site doesn't mean it's appropriate." Page 5, my meeting minutes. 13 years ago, a city planner said that. It applies just as much today. At an Oriole Park AGM, November 13, 2017, Councillor Matlow said, "I've said that we have a policy for development applications along Eglinton Avenue, a cap of 9-story mid-rise. I will not bend on that. You don't want to set a precedent. You've stood your ground. I am here this morning to take issue with Stafford Homes in Greybrook, whose owner, Berwick Limited, concerning the 49-story high-rise condo tower proposed for Berwick Avenue. Not only does this tower intrude on low-rise two-story residential homes, it means that 5 houses are being demolished. Have we got the video on that? Don't know how we engage.
There we go. There it is.
Thank you very much. That's the rendering from Turner Fleischer Architects. There's the big tower. Conveniently, you don't see any low-rise residential homes on either side. These are the homes that are going to be demolished as a result of that tower. For over 30 years, our ratepayer associations have banded together to develop specific policies and guidelines to prevent intrusion into this low-rise neighborhood. Just look at all the city policies and guidelines. Official Plan, Young Eglinton Secondary Plan, Midtown and Focus Plan, even the Canada Square Midtown Working Group. All this effort to ensure proper transition from high-rise, mid-rise to low-rise will be wasted if all of you don't support our residents and stand up to the province of Ontario. For over 30 years, our Young Eglinton ratepayer groups, principally the Oriole Park Association, South Eglinton, Eglinton Park Residents Association, and Avenue Road Eglinton Community Association, have collaboratively worked together to challenge these developments. A shout out to Jane Oster, John Hiddema, and our veteran Andy Gort, and Jeff Latto of CEDRA, and also Tom Cohen of EPRA, and also Jim Baker of Eureka. They've all done their job. As early as 1964, Oriole Park Association residents were concerned about transition and encroachment. The Toronto Planning Board, that goes back a long way, folks. The Eglinton district lies in the geographic center of metropolitan Toronto. The challenge then is to create opportunities for new development where changes can be aesthetically as well as functionally absorbed into the community emphasis while protecting the remaining stable areas from any intrusion. And that was 1964. In 2009, we challenged 3644 Eglinton Avenue West, and in fact, the developer, Lifetime Developments, I love the name, initially asked for 53 stories, then he revised it to 48, then the OMB made their decision, permitted a 39-story tower, but it didn't end there. Because of Doug Ford's legislation permitting 35 to 65 stories, he revised it and he got 65.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the Deputant?
I was just going to wrap up, Your Honor.
Then out of courtesy, I'll ask you if you have any remaining remarks that you wanted to conclude with.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor. I just wanted to say We are strongly opposed to high-rise development on the south side of Berwick. This has been designated low-rise residential zoning for years. To approve this tower would go against every planning principle traditionally upheld by the City of Toronto official plan, secondary plan, and zoning requirements. Remember, the Young Eglinton secondary plan said there will be a stepping down of building heights from the southeast corner of Yonge Street and Eglinton highest to the northwest corner of Berwick and Duplex. We recommend this proposal be rejected, and we hope that all of you will not only vote to send the city lawyer to the OLT, we fervently hope you'll stand up and vote to reject this ludicrous proposal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matlos, your item. Item 13.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. I'm going to be moving to support our appeal. This is the staff recommendation, or our position on the opposition. And I'll just say a few comments about sort of what I think we need to do as a city. We are in the midst of a housing crisis, and nobody disagrees with that. We want a city that is affordable, and we want a city where people are able to remain in the city and be able to live in the communities that they grew up in. We are receiving news of provincial legislation from time to time, and often it's not very clear to us about exactly how they want us to implement it or exactly what that means. So we have to interpret it and understand how it works with our city planning vision. We have taken great strides. I believe Toronto has provided a leadership role in this province in ensuring that there is an active conversation about providing more options within our neighborhoods, different ways that we can provide different types of units and different price points to provide more options for affordability for more people. What we need clarity on, and I know that our chief planner is working on a report to come back to us soon about the PMTSAs, but I think most residents wouldn't support and certainly would be shocked by if we're going from single family dwellings to then towers within neighborhoods. There is more and more support, and it's been difficult. It's been a very difficult, I'm sure you understand this too, Richard, very difficult but necessary conversation to have with communities that some didn't want any change, frankly, to say, listen, let's be open to lighter density. Let's be open to new ways to provide more options. But to go from a house to a massive tower in a neighborhood there's no transition at all. It's just sort of, it's a change that I think not only would be unwelcome, but frankly shocking to most people. And we need to be able to do what we do well and be able to plan our city well. So what we're seeing is some tests being made now in different parts of our city where applicants are coming in and saying, we want to see how far we can go into a neighborhood, not with light density, but with massive, massive towers. And we need to decide as a city where everything is going to go and how we want to plan our city, rather than simply just react to provincial planning policy that doesn't always consider everything that we need to consider on the ground. And I'll add, and this should go along with anything we discuss when we talk about planning, in areas like Yonge and Eglinton, I just don't, and I have a lot of conversations with the community about this too. We've typically or historically have had this sort of binary debate between whether you are a YIMBY or a NIMBY. Do you want nothing to change, or do you want to build whatever you can build? And the reality is, what we're missing is quality of life, a focus on quality of life, meaning no matter whether you live in the community today or you're going to move into our community tomorrow, we do need sufficient school capacity. We need infrastructure capacity. We need new parks. We need great playgrounds. We need community centers. That's why we're building the one, for example, at Davisville and Yonge. We need childcare. We need all these things, and we are doing some catch up. We actually have made some great strides. We are building new parks. We are doing all that. But I just fundamentally disagree with this debate between do you support housing or not. We want housing. We want different types of housing. We want different levels of affordability. We want more options for people. But it can't just be build a massive tower anywhere and then like that's how we plan a city. It's about putting everything in the right place, accompanied with the social services and hard infrastructure and parks to make sure that we build a really livable Toronto. And that's the conversation that I want to have as a city. And frankly, if we do that in sincerity and earnesty, I think that we'll actually have far more productive conversations. I'll add one, just while I've got 30 seconds. Even with light density, we often have debates between do you want more options, more units or not? Are you protecting the character, or is that a euphemism for keeping people out? What if we actually discussed more about design and materiality, and maybe we focus less about how many people live in the building, but about how it actually fits into the character that we all can agree on. I really believe there's room for these conversations if we're willing to actually be productive about it rather than just go tower there or not. And that's why we are going to the tribunal, to make sure that we have more control and more of a voice over how we plan our city, rather than a premier who, let's just say his motivations are rarely altruistic.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Matlow. To my colleagues online, Councillor Bravo and Fletcher and Deputy Mayor Malik, can you please turn your camera on for a quorum? And once they turn the cameras on, we could actually vote. Unfortunately, we have bare quorum right now, so I do need you to keep your cameras on. Waiting for Councillor Fletcher, and then we could vote. Councillor Fletcher, are you there? There we go. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 29.14, 42, and 440.
Chair, how many councillors are here right now, please? Thank you.
5, and 5 is quorum.
So 3 online, yourself, and who else? Councillor Matlow?
Matlow's here.
Yep.
Councillor Sachs may be back shortly. She had to step out for a few minutes. Yes, T 29.14, 42 and 440 on Wynn Avenue. We do have speakers on this item. Atul Sharma and Will Ramjas from Toronto Ports Authority. Again, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. The Toronto Port Authority has reviewed the proposed official plan amendment for the Hearn Generating Station lands at 402 and 440 Unwin. While the adaptive use of the Hearn building as a destination and catalytic use aligns with the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan, the scale and intensity of the proposed residential development raises significant concerns, and we wanted to address those here today. From the aviation perspective, the official plan amendment enables tall buildings in principle, but does not establish the defined height limits. Detailed heights, massing, and placement information have not been submitted for aviation review. Without that information, it's not possible to assess potential impacts on protected airspace, obstacle limitation surfaces, or instrument flight procedures. From a functioning port perspective, the Port Lands Area-Specific Policy establishes the area as a strategic employment and logistics district with strict controls on the introduction of sensitive uses. The proposal introduces approximately 8,400 residential units representing up to 19,000 residents into a district overwhelmingly planned for employment, marine shipping, and energy infrastructure. Protecting the long-term viability of those employment lands and port operations is critical. Once sensitive uses are introduced nearby, that optionality becomes permanently constrained. In a period of economic disruption and global supply chain transformation, protecting employment lands and the port is not only a local planning matter, it is fundamental to Toronto's economic competitiveness and economic sovereignty. In conclusion, the proposal represents a material shift in land use direction within the Portlands. It exceeds the intent of the designation for Hearn as a destination and catalytic exception and introduces a neighborhood-scale residential population into a strategic employment district. For these reasons, the Toronto Port Authority requests that the city oppose the appeal at the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant?
Yes, I believe you're supporting the city in that, correct?
Correct.
You said energy infrastructure as a sensitive use. I'm quite interested. Have you seen any of the studies that have been produced in relationship to this application?
Not the technical studies, no, we haven't.
Would you think that's important from a port use that you would be able to see those? There's a Hydro One study because you would agree with me that this is a strategic energy node, correct?
Yes, it is.
Because of the Portlands Energy Center and the switching gears, and the Hearn itself has played a strategic role in electricity for the whole city.
Correct.
So have you not seen the Hydro One study?
I have not personally. I don't believe we've received it at the Toronto Port Authority. Yeah.
Have you received any of them? Technical studies?
We can check, but I don't believe we have.
Is that something that you think would be important for your approach to this application, or a better understanding the role of, as you called them, sensitive uses in the neighborhood?
Of course, yes, indeed.
Thank you. I will ask staff about that. Thanks
Okay,
very
thank
much.
you. And you're not speaking, right? Okay, thank you.
Great.
Councillor Fletcher, this is your item.
Thank you. I wanted to ask these technical studies, I'm unclear who they're available to. They were requested by the city, some of them, and some of them were put in from the applicant. Would I be right?
That is correct, Councillor. The technical studies in support of the official plan amendment application here are posted online at the city's Application Information Center. They are also, a link is circulated to a number of commenting agencies and bodies with the receipt of application.
So did the Port Authority get a copy of all of those technical studies? Or they just...
Through the chair, yes, the Toronto Port Authority received the information and studies submitted with the application.
Thank you. So I'm very interested in the Hydro One application. Did they receive that? I mean, not an application, my apologies. The Hydro One response or technical response or response to this application. Who has that now?
Through the chair, we received a response from Hydro One in response to the city's circulation at the end of last week. It has been provided only to those city authorities that were identified. However, it is a matter that the city can provide to interested parties.
So is it posted on the AIC on your application website or not?
No, it is not posted. It is a comment response. However, we can provide it on receipt.
On receipt of what? Sorry.
Apologies. On request is what I meant to say.
Oh, so if I move a motion here, then I can have that uploaded and that be part of the public knowledge about this application.
Through the chair, yes.
So I'm hoping that, yes, I will be going to move that because I think between now and council, that's something that's important. And I'm wondering if Mr. Nolan is here or anybody from the Energy Office.
To the chair, yes, I'm here, Councillor.
Thank you. Could you comment, please, on that? It looks to be a very comprehensive response from Hydro One about the importance of this strategic node for electrical performance in the city of Toronto. Did I read that properly, or is it just a casual response?
To the chair, no, you read that properly, Councillor. Hydro One identified a number of considerations associated with their infrastructure that currently exists. And we also know that there is plans for additional energy infrastructure in this area.
What were the top three things that they said they had a concern about?
Top three, I will try to kind of hit a few quickly.
Okay.
A lot around setbacks, a lot around safety in terms of the proximity to their infrastructure, access. There was a number of issues they identified associated with that infrastructure.
Would you be able to advise me on those in less technical language? But for the infrastructure, it was my understanding when the plant was built that the requirement was there could not be residential next door. Is that your understanding? For Portland's Energy Center, there was some restrictions.
To the chair, I believe there is some limitations. I'm not sure of the specifics, and if the colleagues in planning have that.
It was got to do with the energy site, not the planning part, but
Through
perhaps
the chair,
between.
we did pull title, and there is a restriction on title indicating that the lands can't be used for residential purposes until 2033.
That was when the Portland's Energy Center was first constructed in 2005.
The restriction was put on title at the time of the transfer.
On title to whose title?
Title
The Hearn?
to the applicant site.
And what was the requirement of the Portland's Energy Center itself? Were there any requirements when that was approved by the Ministry of the Environment and all of the others, Dalton McGuinty government, that put that on the waterfront?
I don't know.
So you'd be able to look that up as well, because that restriction for residential was requested through the Energy Center, not by the Hearn, I would assume, correct?
My understanding is the restriction was put on title as a condition of the conveyance to the present owners.
I see. So perhaps between now, sorry.
Well, we can see if there's anything on title to the other property that may be helpful, but I'm not sure that there will be.
Or the permissions. Yeah.
We're at time.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilor Fletcher is your item.
Well, I am going to move that report becomes on part of the public, but I don't have that motion. So if you'd just like to hold that down while I make that, that's fine. Or maybe Ms. Reagan can just do that. Maybe Ms. Bowman can just give that a title, because what I want is that very seminal, very critical letter from Hydro One that lays out issues with.
Okay, we're going to hold this item down until this is
But
also.
now I'm here at home. I need some help with that wording, so I'm going to ask the staff.
Okay, staff's going to work on that right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All righty. The next item is item 29.19, 9 Drumstab Road, alterations to designated heritage property in the South Rosedale Heights. There's one speaker, Ian Andres. Are you here? Okay, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of Community Council. My name is Ian Andres. I'm legal counsel with Goodman's LLP, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of 9 Drumsnab, Monica and Rod McInnes. I'm here today to ask for your support for a heritage permit to allow 2 minor alterations that have become necessary as my client's home renovation project has progressed. For reasons that escape us and that seem to be based on a very impractical interpretation of the South Rosedale HCD plan, heritage planning staff are recommending refusal of this application. With all due respect, this recommendation is flawed and should be rejected. The proposed alterations are entirely reasonable and consistent with the applicable policies in both the HCD plan as well as the Parks Canada guidelines. Refusing this application would serve no municipal or cultural heritage conservation purpose. The renovation of this dwelling was approved by the Committee of Adjustment over 3.5 years ago with the support of heritage planning. The required heritage alteration and building permits were then issued, including the approval of a second story over the garage, which was a far more significant change to the appearance of the dwelling than what is being proposed today, and it was deemed appropriate and construction is underway. At the time, the intention was to retain all of the windows on the front facade of the dwelling, but it's become clear as construction has progressed and as time has went by that the windows are severely deteriorated. Much of the wood is rotten, the assembly mechanisms are broken, and while it may be technically possible to repair some aspects of those windows by salvaging some of their components, most of the wood and structural members will have to be replaced in any circumstance, meaning the majority of the windows are going to be new material. So it leaves us with the philosophical ship of Theseus paradox. How many planks of a ship have to be replaced before the ship becomes a new ship? One, or several, or all of them? The second floor windows here are going to be the new windows in my client's daughter's bedrooms, 2 of them at the front of the house. And given that large portions of them are unsalvageable, why would the city force the owners to spend a ton of extra money to salvage and reincorporate a small amount of original material rather than allowing them to replace the windows with in-kind replicas that will be far more energy efficient and optimal for a residential dwelling? The replacements will be identical to the existing windows and therefore have zero visual impact on the front elevation. There's no valid reason for the city to deny this request. And I did send in some slides this morning. I don't know if they're available to be put on the screen as I'm speaking, but if so, I'd ask that we go to slide 3, please. The second request is to modify the front entrance of this dwelling by slightly lengthening the door, side lights, and transom above it, and removing 2 exterior steps to align with the interior first floor level. This will improve accessibility to the dwelling and will eliminate the need for 2 interior steps down from the front door to the first floor living space. This entry portico that exists today is not part of the original fabric of the dwelling. It was reconstructed less than 30 years ago in a manner that respected the stylistic language of the dwelling and demonstrated an ability to evolve without compromising architectural integrity. The original entrance configuration from 1925 had a peaked roof, smaller transom, and narrower side lights with different overall proportions than exist today. So what is being proposed is essentially the third generation or an incremental evolution of this front portico, which continues to respect the original design and will be visually and materially compatible with the rest of the front elevation. It will conserve the proportions and detailing of the character-defining heritage attributes. And while heritage planning staff are, of course, entitled to their opinion, what is troubling is that their report did not include any mention whatsoever of the extensive supporting materials that my clients submitted with their application, including expert reports with opinions and analysis. 3 highly respected heritage consultants have issued reports which justify and support the proposed alterations based on a comprehensive policy analysis. So the fact that none of this material was provided or even commented on in the staff report to TPB is troubling. Even more troubling is the fact that previous iterations of these requests went completely unanswered by heritage planning staff for months and were ultimately met with unnecessary requests for additional information, which my clients nonetheless provided. So this has been an incredibly frustrating process for my clients and has resulted in significant delay and prejudice. And while we understand that a substantive decision on the merits must be made today, when these very modest alteration requests are considered in context, it would be unfortunate for either party to have to spend more time and money arguing over inconsequential changes. It should not require a full Ontario Land Tribunal hearing for my clients to obtain permission to replace 100-year-old, heavily deteriorated windows with carefully designed and constructed in-kind replicas that will look identical and that will retain heat properly, and to remove 2 exterior steps with a slightly longer front door to allow for a seamless entrance to the first floor living space. So we respectfully request that TEYCC depart from the staff recommendation and instead recommend that City Council approve this application. Thank you.
Any questions for the Deputant?
I do. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. You've certainly raised some points that hadn't previously come to my attention. Would you prefer that we turn it down today or that we defer it for a month for me to look into this more?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Sachs. I would it has to go to City Council for final approval. My understanding is the next available City Council meeting is the end of March. So if there's an opportunity to come back to Community Council before then, I would prefer a deferral.
Oh, the next Community Council meeting is April 1st.
I see.
Right. So, okay, thank you. Question to staff, does this matter have to be decided today, or can it wait a month?
Madam
Wait till the April 1st meeting?
Councillor Sachs, when it comes to questions, you still giving more questions for the deputants?
I don't have any more questions for the deputy. My question for staff is whether we have to deal with
Okay,
this
thank
today.
you. Okay, so the deputant is released. Thank you. Councillor Sachs, questions of staff.
Yes, to staff, does this matter under the Heritage Act have to be dealt with today, or can it wait till the April 1st meeting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're checking on that right now, if you can give us just a moment.
Thank you.
Do you have another question for staff while they're figuring this out?
If we have, no, I don't.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, under the Ontario Heritage Act, we have 90 days to make a decision, or there will be deemed consent. That 90 days will expire on May 5th.
Okay, so this can go to the April 1st TEYCC?
Sorry, yes, it can, through you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Those are my questions. Then, Mr. Chair, I'd like to defer this to the April 1st TEYCC, please.
Okay, so staff's preparing a motion, but in the meantime, we're gonna move deferral to the April 1st meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is item number, actually, before I do that, I'd like to, Deputy Mayor Matt would like to introduce the motion, Bathurst Quay Neighborhood Transportation Study. All those, sorry? We're going to display it? Key, Bathurst Quay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. And I mean that sincerely, by the way. T20, you look at me funny when I say those things. T29.22, 411 Brock Avenue, application to remove a city tree. There are two deputants on here, Fabio Bondi.
Chair, this is the item that I flagged earlier. I've spoken to Mr. Bondi, and he won't be here. I'm deferring this. The clerks have my motion to the May meeting of committee.
Okay.
Who wants to speak to the matter?
We also have Nicole Corrado from Montreal here. Hopefully she will also would want to speak when this comes back. Nicole, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Do you want
This item won't be considered until May, Nicole.
Okay.
April. May 28th.
Sorry, April 30th.
Okay.
Okay, so you
All right.
Okay, thank you.
I
All
guess
those
I'll speak to it in April.
That's correct, thank you.
Save you time.
May 20th. All those in favor of deferral? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item is T29.23. 32 Curson Street, application to remove a tree. Doesn't matter, did I pronounce it properly? We have two speakers in the item. Jeremy Chan, are you here? Jeremy? Okay, Mr. Chan, you have 5 minutes. Staff's coming to assist you. Okay. All right, go ahead, 5 minutes.
Perfect. All right, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Apologies if I miss any formalities. I'm just an engineer here, but I'm here to
look at this proposed tree removal at 32 Curzon Street. I'm here on behalf of the board and the owners of the building. It's MTCC 621. So our proposal is to move that tree, if you see on the right side of the photo there, it's a 11 centimeter in diameter sugar maple. Our application was denied, so we're here today to appeal that decision. What we've done last summer as part of this was we did repairs to the entrance ramp. So this property is on Curzon Street. In order to access the underground parking garage, there is a access ramp that goes down to the P1 level with a bit of a landing on top, which I'll show in a moment. But what's happening is we have residents driving up the ramp. They're actually hitting this curb, and we'd like to take it out or at least move it back so that we can allow for residents to access the landing and get to the street safely. But in order to do that, we do need to remove this tree. So this is what the site looks like right now. As you can see, there is a curb with an island with that tree located in the middle of it. Residents currently drive in through that top part of it and down the ramp, and as they're exiting the garage, they drive up the ramp and down on the south side. That drive lane currently is about 2.6 meters wide. The average vehicle is somewhere between 1.8 to 2.1 meters. That's 1.8 for a sedan, 2.1 for a mid-size SUV. So if you're doing quick math, you only have about a foot on either side of your car as you're driving up that ramp. And that's not a lot of space. That's not a lot of space if you're driving straight on a straight road, but they do need to take a curve to the right as they're exiting the parking garage. So that is a difficult move. Excuse me, that is a difficult move to make, and as a result, a lot of residents are actually impacting this curb. You can see a lot of the marks on the curb there, and if they're not doing that, they're hitting their car on the wall directly to the right of that. So what's happening is a lot of residents are opting to not even park in their own parking garage. They opt to pay for street parking instead because it's not safe for them to drive in and out of the ramp. They're not confident in their ability to do that, to navigate that tight turn, and they're just not comfortable using that ramp. In other cases, residents are using the entrance side of it to exit the parking garage, which can be a bigger safety concern just due to incoming traffic and right-of-way and whatnot. The second part of this is the ramp itself is quite steep. There is not a lot of room there. It's a small site. It's a cramped site, which is not uncommon for Toronto. And given the space limitations there, the ramp itself is quite steep. Typically, for a ramp into a parking garage, you see a slope of about 15%. That includes a little bit of transition at the bottom and at the top, just to ease so you're not going straight up that ramp. What we have on site, you can see from the photos, it is quite steep. This is a 19% slope, and there is no transition just because there was no room for that on site. So residents are, as you're getting to the top of that ramp, there's almost no visibility of the curb, and you really can't see where you're going. It's a lot of talk. I'm going to show you a video just to illustrate this. This is someone driving up the ramp. And I've actually attached the camera to the sunshade at the front of the car. So this is more visibility than you'd actually see if you're sitting comfortably in the vehicle. And I just play this right here for you guys to see. Driving up that ramp, that snow pile is about 3 feet tall in the video. And you can just make out the top of it once you reach the top of that ramp. So there is really low visibility, and it's really not safe for residents coming up out of that ramp. So we do need to take out that tree in order to reduce the size of that curb. We'd be putting in a smaller curb, protecting the utility pole that's there, and we'd be putting up bollards just for additional visibility. And we don't want to take removing trees lightly, but we also want to keep the site safe and functional for those who are using it. So for these reasons, we respectfully ask that the council reconsider the denial to remove this tree on site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant?
Yes, I do. Is there some reason you don't live there? You're representing, is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, we're the engineers.
So, thank you. Can you tell me why that snow pile wasn't removed by the condo? They have every ability to remove that themselves to keep the sight lines clear, do they not?
They do. The snow piles aren't actually the issue. The issues are the sight lines.
So you showed us the snow pile, and you said it compromised the sight line. And my simple question to you is that snow pile could easily be removed. It's not a compromise unless you leave it there. Would you agree with that?
You're correct. The snow pile isn't the concern, though. It's the
Thank you.
curb below
No, I
that, and
see.
the snow pile was
Got it.
used as an example of how high
Yes,
that
but the
can
snow
be.
pile is something that's under the total control of the condo, right?
Up to the property line, I believe, yes.
Correct. I don't think anybody's going to have that a problem. So that's not quite correct that you showed it there. You could put bollards there along the edge of that current little island if you'd like to. You could easily install them. The condo could easily install them. Not you, but the condo could do that. Correct?
Ballers could be installed. That's correct.
Yes. So that would go. And this was the design of this condo, whatever number of years ago that it was, right? That was approved, the zoning, everything, and the tree was put in as part of that. Can you confirm that?
I have one of the the board of directors members with me, and she's telling me the answer is no, that was not approved.
What wasn't approved? The driveway and the island?
Sorry, you can't speak to it. You're the deputant listed here.
I was not involved at the time of design. It's my understanding, though, right now that this wasn't approved. Now, I could be wrong. Like that's.
Oh, so you're telling me that the condo was built improperly because it didn't follow the zoning or the building permit? I'll ask the staff. We can sort that one out when I do the questions there.
Oh.
But you understand transportation services does not support the removal of the tree. I understand they don't.
Yeah, that'd be correct. I believe this island is not original. This island has been modified in the past, and I wasn't involved in that at that point, but the current island is what's the issue.
I'll find that out. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. So no more further questions for you, but there is the condo person here. If you want, you could register to speak on this item if you like. Give your name to the clerk, and you can speak to the item if you so choose. You don't have to.
If you'd like to speak, you could.
Okay, go ahead. You could speak, but then give your name to the clerk afterwards. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
I have lived in the condominium. I'm Heather Parker. I live at 32 Curzon. I've lived there since 2007. The island that is there now was a replacement island that was installed approximately 2010, I believe. I'm not sure of the exact date. It is a longer island than the original island, and I was just a resident at the time, so I'm not in when it was rebuilt, the people who installed it didn't realize that it was going to affect the way cars came out of the island, and we were told at the time that the next time we did work on the ramp, that was the time to modify it. So we've been living with it for 15 years, and now we would like permission to change the island, to make it smaller, to make it easier for residents who are driving in and out. The sight lines, the snowbank is not the sight lines coming out of the driveway are an issue whether it's summer or winter. So our goal is to reduce the tension for drivers who are driving out. And if we could modify the island without removing the tree, we would. But we understand that making the island shorter would affect the root ball, and so we need permission to do something to change the island so that we are not living with this ongoing problem.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant?
Yeah, I'll just follow up on that. Your buildings guy says that the snow was a problem. Is there some reason why that wasn't moved by the condo? You do your own private snow removal, do you not?
We do have a contractor that does snow. It's not, the snow on the island is not actually the main issue.
Yeah, I know it's not the main issue, but it was identified by your representative. So I'm asking why you don't have that moved. That's a simple question. Yeah.
The snow there is not the key reason that we're requesting to have the tree removed.
I hear that, but I'm asking you that question since he identified it and he's your rep.
I think it's what I'm looking for. It's a misdirection. You're focusing on the snow, and that's not what our what the concern is on a regular basis.
Understood. And so you've not told me why you didn't move that. Was that ramp built illegally, or was it built?
No,
with
the ramp
building
was the
permit?
ramp was built legally. It was the slope of the ramp was approved at the time. Guidelines have since changed, I understand, on the slope of the
yes,
ramp.
we know that.
So.
But the island, was that built legally, or was that just built, you guys just built
No, it
that?
was when the work on the driveway and was when that work was done and again, I'm not entirely sure of the year, it's 2010 or 2011, it was done with approval. It's just that the contractors who rebuilt the curb of the island, they made it a curve instead of straight, and
Right.
no one realized at the time, I believe, what an impact it would have on people exiting the parkade. And
So in what year was that, 2010 or 17? I missed it.
it was 2010 or 11. It was within the first few years that I lived in the condo.
Okay, so that's 15 years. But I'm just interested because it sounds like the contractors built something that they actually didn't have permission, that you had, the condo had a different design for them to build, and they went ahead and built that curve instead of building it, I guess you'd say, as more of a rectangle.
Right. I believe when I asked about it at the time, I was told, well, they decided a curve would look prettier. Now, as I understand that, things were
right.
No one knew that was going to be an issue until we were living with it later. And of course, once it was built and it cost thousands of dollars, then, the condo didn't have the money at the time to make immediate changes. And we were advised, to wait until the next time we had work done on the ramp, and that is now.
Got it. Yes, so the condo board had a design, turned out that, wasn't that they were built it improperly, they built it to the design, but it's not working out for you.
Right, and it's
Okay.
been a concern of residents, as I say, for more than 15 years, and so now we're really hoping for permission to change it.
Yeah, I'm going to, okay, thanks for that.
I think Councillor Matlow has a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, this really is a question for fairness and clarity, because I think I heard something perhaps differently than Councillor Fletcher did. There was a lot of discussion around the snow pile. Am I right? Is it perhaps together? I didn't hear so much that you were pointing out that the snow pile was a significant issue with respect to the sightline, but you were using that as just sort of a marker to kind of move our eyes toward where one would have a sightline obstruction regardless going up the steep ramp. Is there a way to, I just want to clarify that.
Yes, that's correct. I was using the snow pile as a reference. The snow pile is actually right on the curb. So the snow pile is 3 feet high versus the curb being 8 inches. So if you can barely see the 3 feet high of the snow pile, how are you expected to see the 8-inch high curb that's way below it?
Okay,
that was the intention.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions. Councillor Fletcher, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I was
Sorry, my apologies. There's actually one more speaker here.
Okay.
Nicole
Sorry.
Corrado from Montreal.
Oh, yes, our Montreal debutant. Yep.
Hello. I was going to just say, I see absolutely no logical reason why you would remove this tree. I saw the same photographs you showed. Why don't you cut the curb? And this is a healthy tree. This lot has absolutely hardly any green space except for this one beautiful tree, this maple tree, our national tree. And cut the curb. The curb is what the cars are heading. So if you cut the curb and made it a nice slope, you could do that without harming the tree. The tree's in the middle of this little island. It's right in the middle. Cut the curb and add more green space, and you could even turn that ramp and that driveway into a permeable one. That way the tree would actually have more space and it would be a lot healthier for the tree. There would be more green space. There would be less flooding. If you pave that area, if you cut the tree and pave that area, you're going to get more flooding because you're not going to have any green space left. So I think you absolutely need to keep that tree. That there's no reason to cut the tree, and I think that the tree will also provide shade. It will also cool things down. Without that tree, this place is actually going to be. It's just going to be all pavement, and it's not gonna be good.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, Chair, my battery's running low and I'm just going to stay on when I can be there. I was going to just refuse this, but I'm going to refer it and refer it back, not for April, but for May, please.
You want to defer it?
Yes,
Okay.
consideration.
For me.
While I check with transportation buildings, yeah, if you don't mind. I had a
Okay.
different motion in there, but after hearing the deputations, I think we just need to look a little more closely. Who did what and who thought about what and what's possible. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Deferral to May. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay.
I don't know the date of that May motion, but I'm sure the clerk does. Thank you.
Right? May 28th.
Perfect, thank you.
Where am I now? I'm all over the place. Let's go back to T 29.15, St. Clair Avenue West and Bathurst Street Planning Framework and Forest Hill Village Urban Design Guidelines Review. We held that for some reason. Councillor Matlow?
Do you have, through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk, do you have my amendment? And we are ready to go.
Okay.
So I'll move the amendment along with the recommendations. I'll have another amendment at City Council that I just am not able to move here with respect to the Forest Hill Design Guidelines.
Okay, so once it's posted, we'll vote on it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. As amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.21, 153 and 185 Eastern Avenue, alterations to designated heritage properties under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act and authority to enter into heritage easement agreement. I'm going to refer back to staff. Do you need a motion for that?
Oh, we have a motion.
Have a motion? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 29.27, Tecumseh, is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Street, 723 Queen Street West. You know, because Councilor Battle is here, I'm very conscious about this stuff. Yes, he is. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I have a motion, an amendment.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 29.34. We have, 1 second, 32. We had speaker on 32. Why did I? Okay, did we speak to this already? No? Okay, I have a check mark here, I don't know why. Number 32, 29.32, 114 Ossington Avenue Encroachment Appeals. We have one speaker here, Robert Bader, are you here?
Sorry, we had deferred that to the next meeting.
Okay. Yes, that's why I had a check. That's why I had a check mark here. Okay. Thank you. That's correct. I was losing my mind completely. T 29.34, 33 Yorkville Avenue Noise Exemption Permit Refusal Appeals. We have 4 speakers here. Kevin Arcard, are you here? Arcand, thank you. Kevin Arcand? Going once, going twice? No? Rodney Gill? Are you here? Online? Mr. Gill? Okay, 5 minutes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My client is the applicant and the owner of the development property, and we've actually requested a deferral of this matter, sir. So rather than speak to it today, I'd rather, if this Toronto and East York Community Council is agreeable to the deferral, I would rather speak to the matter when it comes back before you. The reason for the deferral request is so that my client can understand and action the input from community residents regarding this noise exemption application and to have further discussions with Councillor Sachs regarding those same matters. So perhaps I can pause there, sir.
1 second. Councillor Sachs, is your intention to defer this item?
It is my intention to defer that item, as I mentioned this morning, but we do have a resident who's been sitting here the whole time who wants to speak. I just want to make sure that you understand you can speak to, you've waited all of this time. You can speak today or next time, whichever you prefer.
I'd like to speak about the deferral. I respectfully oppose the deferral because the
Sorry, just give me a second. Just give me a second. Mr. Gill, did you want to speak to this item still or not?
No, Mr. Chair, I'd rather speak to the matter when it comes back to this community council.
Okay.
We've explained why we think the deferral is appropriate.
And so what's your name?
Licia.
Licia Dias Velam?
Velam, yes.
Okay, so go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
So I respectfully ask for the deferral request oppositely the referral because the applicant received the formal writing for the notice of refusal from the city on November 27. They have to for being aware for all these months for that the permit was denied. There are no new facts for this comment today. Any administrative confusion they are alleging from the city, well, they have ended on November 27. The construction activity has continued since the date and including the past Saturday, February 14. The application itself states the applicant maintains a clear ongoing communication with the community. So if that's the case, there's nothing new that requires further review. In case it's not already clear for them, residents require both quiet enjoyment and compliance. At the present, neither has been achieved. I think this going forward within 2 April is more than 1 month for ongoing impact of our residents, and that it's now for going for 1 year. There's no lack of information. The issue is compliance, just that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant?
Yes. Well, thank you very much for coming. I know this has been a very long and frustrating process for you. We're talking about a deferral of the noise permit. They don't have a noise permit at the moment, so they can't legally operate from between 7 and 9 in the morning. If they're still doing it anyway, definitely let us know, and I'll ask the bylaw enforcement officer to come back. My question to you is, I know that you and some of your neighbors have been trying to get in touch with your own property manager.
Yes.
About this. Have you had any success? Is your property manager answering you?
No, I sent an email for you, I think it was yesterday late. So the property manager told me they are not allowed to speak with me because I am a tenant. And I contacted...
That's why?
Because I am a tenant, I'm not the property for the...
Right. Is this a condo building or a...
Yes, a condo.
It's a condo building, so you're a subtenant.
Yes, and then I asked for the rental officer help, and they was told me the building manager for the board they choose do not participate from the residents the JIRA. They choose do not participate on that, and they have any information about the approval for the permit, so they don't know anything. I guess was just like a administrative decision. I contacted many neighbors. There's a lot of emails from them. They are not allowed with that. They are not like, what are we talking about? In any case, the issue is just compliance.
Okay.
They don't have the permit, but if you go to the office, I went to the office many times, I think 3 times, and they swear they have the permit. They, I think a few weeks ago, they posted the permit on the gate. The permit is canceled from November, and January 24, they posted this on the gate to make, oh yeah, we are in compliance here. This is not true.
All right.
They are not being.
Did you take a photo?
Yes, I have a photo here.
Okay, so please send me the photo, and I will pass it on to Balo Enforcement.
I already sent for the enforcement, the Leo Bucto and the Ana Fernandes, they are aware of that. Included, there's a point because the permit asks for the compliance. Okay. So one of the first thing for the compliance is this permit must be posted in the gate. So they alleged like, there's a confusion. Okay, but this permit wasn't there like for all day. Even I think it was issued by error. They sent for them in August 20, but wasn't there. I asked for see the permit. They say no, we can't. I have talked with the officer, the Medhat. I have sent you the picture of it. No, we have the permit. Okay, what's the number of the permit, please? I don't know.
Okay, so
and now a few weeks ago, they suddenly post the permit on the gate to appear like we are in compliance.
Yep. Okay, so it sounds like it's been a really frustrating process. They haven't answered questions. They haven't responded to you in a fair fashion. Certainly, they have no permit at the moment. So, was there anything else you wanted to tell us about your experience with the noise from this building?
About the noise, like...
From the construction project. Is there anything else you wanted us to know?
Yeah, there's a new thing because I understand they have had a lot of permits approved on the past, but this permit was a big change, which was my building. This building was start to move residents in January last year, January 25. So it's 500 meters from the building, so it's more than I think 600 people there now. So this is the new fact. So the proximity of the residents is, I think, the first thing to be considered with the permit. Another thing, the permit, this new building, they are not in compliance at all. So for keep the permit, you have to be in compliance. They are not in compliance. They start work before the allowed time. I send this to enforcement team. They are aware of that. A lot of days. Also, they are not required, there's no technical problem. I speak to the officer and no, it's just because your workers, they are not want to drive to be here at 9 a.m. So they prefer drive at 7 because there's less traffic. So that's why they want a permit for start at 7.
I encourage you to speak to your city councilor offline as well if you have any other issues, okay?
Anyway, thank you very much for your deputation. You're done for now, but thank you. Thank you. I am going to defer this to the...
One second, there's one other speaker
here. Is there
here.
Another speaker? I'm sorry. Yasmin? Yes, I see.
Yasmin, are you here online? So again, we're deferring this item to the next meeting.
April 1st.
April 1st, sorry.
Hello.
Do you want to speak this now, Yasmin, or you want to wait until it comes back to?
Yes, please. Apologies, council and community members. I decided to stay home today because I wanted to make sure that, if possible, the council will hear the noise. I'm within 25 meters of the building right now. I can provide you with right now the construction site and how close I am.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Are you there?
Okay, apologies for that. I just wanted to get you a sense of the noise that we are experiencing. So as Alicia mentioned, for the past 3 months, despite not having an exemption to work from 7 a.m., the applicant has started working sharply at 6:20 a.m. to 6:38 a.m. every morning. And although they do have an extension to work until 5, I believe, they stop work around 4:30. So they've decided to start work very early in the last 3 months. And it's the first time I'm hearing that they did not have an exemption for the previous months that they have started work. So for them to actually go ahead and request an extension to start 7 a.m. up to 12 a.m. midnight, it's going to be a hassle for all the residents like me that are facing the construction site directly. So if you're deferring, great. But as Elysia mentioned, the issue is that even currently, they're not following the fact that they don't have a permit to start work at 6:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No. Okay.
No, thank you. That was very clear and helpful. I appreciate it.
Okay, Councilor Sachs.
Yes, I'm going to move this to defer this to the next meeting. We have a number of interlocking problems here, one of which is that the property manager at 11 Yorkville is not talking to the people who live in the building and is not representing the concerns of the people who live in the building and seems to be refusing to talk to them. And this persistent non-compliance that's been reported by the residents is of great concern to me. I spoke to the applicant and they swore up and down that they were complying, and clearly we're getting different information about that. So I'm going to have to get more involved in making sure that there is a clearer understanding of the rules and what the noise levels actually are. It was one thing to be building this building when there were no neighbors, but with 600 people living right next door, there are different considerations, and I have to look into that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item deferred. T 29.38, traffic management in Ward 14 related to King Street East and Church Street intersection. Councilors Fletcher. Councilor Fletcher. Okay, I'm just going to move on to the next item. The next few are Councilor Fletcher. Let's go to T 29.40, safety improvements on Davenport Road, Cottingham Road, Poplar Plains Road, and McPherson Avenue. There are speakers. There's one speaker on this item. James Young, are you here? James Young? Okay. Councilor Matlow?
I have a deferral motion, I believe, ready. For a cycle to just ensure that we complete some consultation that will be necessary.
Okay, all those in favor of deferral? Opposed? Carried. TE 29.48, Dufferin Street and St. Clair Avenue West action. Councilor Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to briefly speak to the work that we've done at the intersection of Dufferin and St. Clair, my office and members of the community. What's before you is a series of recommendations that we've worked with and very close partnership with transportation services, solid waste services, economic development and culture, and represents the collective aggregate interests of a bunch of different BIAs, residents associations, and people who have been concerned about the state of the intersection. I wanted to just thank everyone for their participation. There's a letter there that is in support of the plan from one of the residents associations, but we certainly heard from a number of stakeholders about their excitement about it. This community development approach to dealing with intersecting challenges of a highly used intersection with the future plans for rapid TO the addition of a very needed shelter for youth coming, and a number of other pressures in the community that really have to do mostly with better service, better by law enforcement in terms of property standards, more lighting, and in general, keeping up with the volume of people that are at this intermodal stop, and also the high concentration of fast food chains generating a lot of garbage in the community, and of course always the need for more pedestrian, cycling, and street safety infrastructure, and ensuring that people are safe as they move through this very tight intersection. Dufferin Street is very narrow. The sidewalks are very narrow, and we are a high use, higher than citywide average users of transit. So I really want to thank all of the staff that contributed to this, and mostly the members of the public who've worked so closely with my team and myself to bring something forward that we believe will really lift up this intersection and community, and collaboratively we'll continue to move forward on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And you're moving, sorry, what's staff's recs, or, sorry. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The next item is TE 29.49, College Street, Carlton Street, Toronto Transit Commission, TTC turn exemption. There is a speaker on this item, Kevin Arcand. Are you still here? No? Okay. Kevin's not here, so we'll move on. I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We're almost there, folks. Bear with me. T 29.57, Queen, is Council Fletcher back? Okay, so I think, okay, we'll just, let's do the new items then, because I think the rest of the items are all Council Fletcher's. An item, yeah, it's all Council Fletcher. Oh, here you go. Okay, Council Fletcher.
I've had a hard time. I'm only at 8%, and I don't want to. Yeah, I'm now switched to the phone, right? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. I can't see you, but.
That's okay. 1 second. I'm just work my way backwards then. T 29.57, Queen Street East replacement parking. Council Fletcher?
Yes, I'll just approve that. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 29.53. Oh, that's, no, never mind that. We did that.
The King and Church one, I'm just going to defer that.
Sorry, 1 second, Council Fletcher. T 29.39, vehicle width restrictions, public lane south of Gerrard Street East, west of Bolton Avenue, and public
I'm just
lane.
going to defer that, but I'm going to ask staff to look at putting bollards there, which they haven't done yet.
Defer to when?
The next meeting, and
Okay.
get some they're advising them. Come back with a bollard plan. Thank you.
Okay, we're deferring this item to the next meeting. Up to
With
you.
that request of staff, Mr. Chair, it's not a motion, it's a request.
You guys got that? The next meeting. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 29.38, I'm moving backwards. Traffic management in Ward 14 related to the King Street East and Church Street intersection project. Councillor Fletcher?
Still about Dundas and Broadview, which is still unsatisfactory, no matter. This is up for the 5th time, so just defer that again.
Okay, deferring this item to the next meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. One second, I just need to go through my notes here. Is item 14 ready yet?
No, I'm working on the motion right now.
Okay, so that's, okay, so I need the new items then, because all the other items have been taken care of, except item 14.
And I understand staff have prepared a motion, so that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Cover the new items. 58? Oh, not 58. Was that new?
Yes.
I don't have 58 in front of me. Do you have 58 in front of you?
58 is the Metrolinx one, Chair?
Sorry, one second. Yes, I see it. Item 58, traffic calming Walter Street between Kingston Road and Lyle Avenue. Whose ward is that? Councilor Bradford. Oh, yes, he asked me to move that for him. Move staff's recommendations on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And so now the new items. I don't have that list. Do I have it?
You have your list?
Oh, here it is.
Yeah.
Okay. T29.59, improving a commercial loading zone on Margarita Street. Councilor Bravo.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter with many thanks to the staff who've been on the ground helping us to develop them.
Awesome. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.60, improving a commercial loading zone on St. Clarence Avenue. Councilor Bravo.
Again, I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter and thanks to the staff who've been on the ground helping us to develop them.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.61, improving permit parking on Holland Street. Councilor Bravo.
Same as last one. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.62, improving traffic safety at Gladstone Avenue and Bloor Street West. Councilor Bravo.
Again, thank you so much to staff for helping us with these recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.63, parking amendments, Shepherd Street between Richmond Street West and Adelaide Street West. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.64, speed limit reduction, King Street West between Dufferin Street and Stratton Avenue. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter on this one too.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.65, advancing ongoing community engagement on the Bathurst Quay Neighborhood Community Response Handbook. What, did I say it wrong?
I challenged the speaker. I think it's key.
Key.
What do you say, Esma?
It's key.
Change the spelling of that. All those in favor. Deputy Mayor Malik, you're going to move that, right?
I'd like to move the recommendations, and I'm very sympathetic to the mispronunciation. Chair, we get it all the time. But I'd like to move the recommendations for Bathurst.
When you hear in person, you can scold me in person. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.66, framework for event permitting at Bathurst Quay Common. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.67, 60 and 64 Dundas Street East residential demolition application. That's me. I will move recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T29.68, Ontario Line Gertrude Gate conditions. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. It's Gertrude Gate, I think. If there's a spell there, too bad. It's the gate. It's an exit. Gertrude is the street. Thank you very much. And thank you. And I'll move that, but I couldn't do anything on the Ontario line without the fantastic transportation staff that work out of the Transit Expansion Office. They're exceptional. So thank you for that. And we'll just do our best here one more time for the Ontario line.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T29.69, Bathurst Quay Neighborhood Transportation Study. Deputy Mayor Malik.
We got it.
Yes.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All righty. So we're just waiting for that one.
Item 14, the motion's ready.
Yes, just one last one. Item 14. Where is it? I had the page saved. Here it is. You have the motion?
Yes, it's
T 29.14, 42, and 440 Unwin Avenue Official Plan Amendment. Council Fletcher, there is the motion on the screen. All those in favor, opposed, carried. All righty. Just need the bills, and then we're good to go. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. My colleagues and staff, you guys are amazing.
Thank you, Chair, for pushing forward.
My pleasure.
All good?
Okay. Sorry, what, 30 seconds. I'm multitasking right now.
Here, I'll read it if you want. Want me to read it?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I move that bills 146 through 147, Bill 171 through 180, and Bill 183 prepared for the February 19, 2026 meeting 29 of the Toronto East York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Wonderful. You can read the second one too.
Okay. Oh man, that font. I move that a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 29 on February 19th, 2026 be declared as a bylaw and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you once again, and thank you,
Let's
Councillor
work on that
Perks.
font, team.
Thank you.
Okay, take care all. Be well.
We're the fun guys.